Weird dude ethnic Satan is real Satan weird dude ethnic Satan is real Satan weird dude ethnic Satan is real Satan weird dude ethnic Satan is real Satan weird dude. I chat illy all. Love the streams hassle. Almost a year now.
Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, hope all the girls, hope all the MBs are having a fan-fucking-tastic one, because it is Tuesday, November 30th, 2021, 11:48 a.m., and I'm a little late, and I apologize. This morning, I had to do some stuff. For all the bruvs out there, it's Tuesday, innit? That's fucking right, bruv. It's fucking Tuesday. It's Tuesday, innit?
Why, hello there, Hasan.
Woo! Morning, I started off with a nice little fucking workout. Honestly, I was fucking dying, okay? Sunday, we did a bunch of psychotic body weight lifts, and it fucked me up. I mean, we did like so many renegade rows. For those of you who don't know what a renegade row is, it's when you, I was doing push-ups and then renegade rows while in the push-up position. Woo, that shit was crazy. Okay. Already made a deal with YouTube. Okay, yeah, it's Tuesday, innit? Yeah, I'll go fucking deal with YouTube. All right, then. I love that hoodie, but it's so tight on me. It's like an XL hoodie, but it's so tight. Anyway, joining me on the broadcast today is ethnic Santa. We got Italian Santa. What's wrong? We got fucking Italian Santa. Italian Santa. Why are you suppressing the NBC Peacock gaming move? Yeah, totally. What is this, bro? What the fuck is this? Dude, what is this? What is this? Homie just sent me this. He's like, this is what we got to start off the day with. Author Alice Sebold apologized to man cleared in 1981 rape. What the fuck, dude? What is this story? Like, where did this come from? I have no idea what the fuck this is. Oh man, author Alice Sebold. That's literally my favorite, dude. That's my favorite author. What the fuck? It's a huge story. It's a wild story. Yo, that shit came out 12 minutes ago, motherfucker. Did you write the article? Are you Karen Matthews? Is Karen in the fucking chat, dude? Literally wrote the article, hit publish, and was like, my favorite content creator, HasanAbi, is live right now. I gotta get in there, and I gotta fucking spam my newest article for Associated Press. He needs to see this. What do you got, like a fucking Google News alert out for like cleared rape convictions or something? What the fuck's happening? Anyway, let's get back to what I another is a crazy story. Is basically another blame black man situation yet again. We'll look into it, okay? It's just wild. Like, I just started and the homie sent me a fucking article that literally came out 12 minutes ago, okay? Like, he had that cooking up. Like, I've been live for 15 minutes, chat, which means, and I've been live literally for like, I've had my camera on for like 5, which means that homie read the article in like, he was in there, he was in the intro for 3 minutes. The article came out, he read it immediately, rushed in here to be like, you have to read this. Anyway, but let's get back into it. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. As I was saying, I worked out this morning and I felt fucking really good. I'm feeling pretty good about that. They're making a film based on the book she made about the rape. The director noticed discrepancies in her story and the actual report. Okay, we'll look at this. Stop spoiling. Stop spoiling. Stop spoiling, chat. I want to know the story on my own. I want to cover it on my own speed. Okay.
Nice, I love lavender.
This is a terrible day for the Turks, Turkish American community. We got all of our worst people out there on the timeline. Dr. Roz running for Pennsylvania Senate, I think, doing some shit. We got Enes Kanter, who is now officially an American citizen. Enes Kanter Freedom changed his last name. So, you know, anyway, we'll get to all of that obviously, but as far as what was going on this morning, I worked out. My entire body is on fire still, like from Sunday. There's like, one of the things is like when you do these like when you do bear crawls, for example, and then reverse bear crawls, like you're using muscle groups that you normally never use. And honestly, like doing that shit has fucked me up, but in a good way, obviously, not in a bad way. And I've been enjoying. Just so cringy, bleak, and delusional. Millions of dollars of recreated TV shows not groundbreaking. What is wrong with you people? What? Oh, Christine is taking shots at Mr. Beast. The tweet itself went away. I think like. Anyway, we'll get to that stuff in a second. Joe Rogan claiming the government doesn't want us to get monoclonal antibodies. Nice. No, I haven't fucked my back up, by the way. For those of you saying, did you fuck your back up? No, like. Working out is a good thing. Working out is good. It's like something that you have to do. Working out is something you have to do if you want to recover. It's how I got better. Someone said bro science. I said like doing physical therapy and working out, which is a part of physical therapy, is actually good for recovering from injuries, is bro science.
Let's go.
My man said nearly like 3,000 years of like medical journals and people talking about healing people's bodies is actually just bro science, including like Western medicine too. Yeah, it's bro science if you fucking work out when you have an injury to recover from that injury. It's real science when you just fucking shove Oxycontin down your gullet and become deeply addicted to painkillers. That's the real science, dude. Anyway, just don't develop an erectile, just develop an ED and do steroids. Wait, what? Anyway, whatever. Core strength is really important. Obviously, that's just what I've been working on. I don't know about bro science, but we will be getting the Joe science, okay? Joseph Robinette, Rogan, and Jocko Willnick discussing monoclonal antibodies and why they're hard to get. Did you watch Dope Stick? I sure did. Thank you, Themacy's, for the fucking fat playlist. Yeah, we will be talking about Lauren Boebert. Lauren Boebert calling Ilhan Omar and the squad Jihad Squad. Okay, we're obviously going to talk about that. There's a lot of stuff to cover. Bad Turks edition today, folks. We basically have, you know, shitty Turkish Americans edition today, okay? This broadcast is sponsored by the Turkish government and all of the worst Turks in the country. The lira is tanking, and here you got Turks just fucking...
Thanks for the content.
Turks in America wilding out, okay? You should consider climbing to increase your core. Super fun way to get a bunch of core. I agree, but I just like, I'm not meant to be climbing, okay? Anyway, let's get started. Daycare is open.
I love your merch, Sammy.
Live. Turkish lira is tanking while Turkish Americans are doing the most cringe shit like Dr. Oz running for Senate and Enes Kanter going on. Tucker. Also have Boebert being Islamophobic and more news. Get in now. Okay, who's gonna give me a good meme for the... Who's gonna give me a good meme for this one? Dude, my nights, okay? My nights have turned into basically just looking at
10
TikTok.
months went by so fast.
Okay? Like, TikTok is one of the most insane fucking platforms out there. It's one of the most insane platforms out there, okay? It is straight up.
All right.
Oh, this is a good one. Okay. I don't know what the fuck they put in the water on that over at TikTok Studios or whatever, but like, it's just crack, dude. The algorithm is crack. TikTok algorithm is straight crack. I am fucking stop on TikTok at night. All I do is just go down insane rabbit holes. My TikTok algo is dog shit. Like, my For You page, I've talked about this already, is like terrible because I look at the worst shit. So it kind of sucks. So I never see like the fire memes that are popping off that like everyone's watching. You know, here's the tweet, by the way. Let's fucking blast off, boys. You know, let the boys, girls, and the MBs know. Like, but like I never see whatever the fuck's popping off on TikTok. I only see just weirdo shit, like straight weirdo shit, but I love it. There are studies that say it's more addictive than any drugs. Yeah.
Hi chat and Arjan. When Grimes Pogo.
Anyway, funny meme before you start. What the fuck is this? The U.S. government, Epstein's pilot names Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Prince Andrew, Kevin Spacey, and others at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. Oh yeah, boys, this has been crazy. Here's the deleted tweet about Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast Squid Games video, 100 million views in 4 days. It took 7 weeks to make. Dude, this is the dumbest fucking tweet, by the way. Anyway, yeah, the U.S. government outside the pilot's house tomorrow. Good job, team. The U.S. government is a part of FaZe Clan, dude. Ever since FaZe Clan did that SPAC, they're a part of the American espionage industrial complex. You know what I'm saying?
Pain.
Turks Wilden? What? Oh, dude, this is a fire Turkish meme apparently. Turkish SpongeBob, Greek SpongeBob. Cyprus is Greek. Here is seen difference between SpongeBob of Turkey and SpongeBob of gay Greek, meaning that Greece SpongeBob is gay and loves anal sex. You see, this is the effect of excessive soy consumption and Zog propaganda. Wow. Wait, what is this? Soy? Oh my god, that's terrible. Dude, Turkish memes are so fucking deep fried. Okay, we lost another unvax police hogger to the fake virus. Oh no, GG's, brother. It's with heavy heart that we announced the passing of Deputy Joshua Pearson due to complications of COVID. His memorial service will be held Thursday on Arkansas. Arkansas! What's a Zog? I have no idea. Isn't Zog an anti-Semitic slur? What is a Zog? I don't fucking know. Dude, that shit is deep fried, brother. It's so fucking deep fried. I don't even know about it. You know what I'm saying? And I know all the racisms. Is Zog like a... I feel like it's like a video game thing, right? It's like... That's what I thought when I heard it first. Like, you know, like Zerg Rush. You know what I mean? Like Zog Rush. Zog's like New World Order. Zionist occupied government. Oh, okay. Oh, it is anti-Semitic. Zog. Of course.
At HasanAbi, I
Yeah,
love you.
makes sense.
Checks for making me based.
Makes sense. Okay. Hoscourt has informed me that it means Zionist occupation. Knows all the racisms. Yet always confused by the advanced racism of Crowder. Listen, brother. Steven Crowder plays next level racism. Okay, he's not playing on the same level of racism that we're playing on. Today we're gonna dive into a new type of broadcast content on the React side. Okay, and that is going to be there's this Canadian driving school YouTube video that's popping off. We're gonna take a look at that. We were gonna look at that last night, but we're gonna look at it today. So there's like fucking fire reacts that we got lined the frick up. So let's get to the news, okay? We got Ghislaine Maxwell, but let's start with Lauren Boebert.
We have another chapter tonight in the feud between two congresswomen. One Republican who said something that even her colleagues on her side of the aisle have condemned.
Lauren Boebert's colleagues be like, listen, Lauren, you can't be saying this in public. Just say it like we do. Behind closed doors, Lauren.
And one Democrat who's reacting to those remarks and pushing back. Congressional correspondent Chad Pergram tells us who's involved and what's being said tonight. Good evening, Chad.
Good evening, Brett. There was a call today between the congresswomen. It lasted about 2 minutes. It did not go well.
Coming up, smash and grab Spike. Look at this, dude. They're like, listen, I know we're talking about, listen, brothers, here at Fox News, if we're giving you a little bit of condemnation on someone who is doing overt white supremacist agitprop, talking about a woman that we have basically called a terrorist multiple times, then we're going to give you a little treat on the corner, okay? Awesome. This is your vegetable. This is your this is our obligation. The obligatory news coverage that we have to offer to Lauren Boebert, doing and saying exactly what we have been doing and saying for many years. So once you're done with your broccoli, well, we got some dessert lined up for you. Look at that. Look at that in the corner. We got coming up, smash and grab Spike. You will get so horny. You will get so horny and so angry in just a few moments. That's right, folks. Do not worry.
I will continue to fearlessly put America first, never sympathizing with terrorists. Unfortunately, Ilhan can't say the same thing, and our country is worse off for it.
Lauren Boebert said she wanted a meeting, but Ilhan Omar made it clear.
She's such a pussy. Like, then why did you apologize, you fucking pussy? Seriously, why did your fucking bitch ass, pussy ass apologize for, what do you call it? For saying the shit that you said. If she's a fucking terrorist sympathizer, bad frame to say this. Oh, because it's Ilhan on the Ilhan frame. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Listen, if Lauren Boebert thinks Ilhan Omar genuinely is like a fucking terrorist sympathizer, why in the ever-loving fuck would she ever apologize for saying so? Because she doesn't think that. Because she's a fucking coward. Say it with your goddamn chest, bitch. Come on. Come on, you fucking pussy motherfucker. You fucking coward. Come on. Nope, you can't, though.
I had reflected.
What happened? Seems there was an error uploading this video to Twitter. She had to do it twice, dude. What a fucking coward.
This is Lauren with a quick update on a phone call I had today with squad member Ilhan Omar. I had reached out to her Friday, and 3 days later, I was able to connect with her on the phone because I wanted to let her know directly that I had reflected on my previous remarks. Now, as a strong Christian woman who values faith deeply, I never want anything I say to offend someone's religion. So I told her that, even after I put out a public statement to that effect.
That's crazy. Because what is there? What are you doing other than just like saying every Muslim is an extremist terrorist when you say like Ilhan Omar's jihad is a part of the jihad squad?
She said that she still wanted a public apology because what I had done wasn't good enough. So I reiterated to her what I had just said. She kept asking for a public apology. So I told Ilhan Omar that she should make a public apology to the American people for her anti-American, anti-Semitic, anti-police rhetoric. She continued to press, and I continued to press back. And then
Dude, she's so brave. I really do hope they like use the most annoying like congressional shit to just like own her. This is one of those instances where I'm just like, you know how like Congress will go full blown like buck wild, balls to the wall, like we're gonna censure you because you said like Palestinians should not be wiped off the face of the planet. Like, oh, we're gonna censure you, we're gonna threaten to remove you from your committee position, stuff like that, unless you like literally apologize and you know, kiss the ring and fucking say like I'm so sorry, yeah, fuck Ben and Jerry's, until you like literally dump out Ben and Jerry's ice cream in the floor of the fucking Congress to demonstrate fealty. Like you're not all right. You know, why don't they do that for this? I really want Congress to do exactly that for fucking Lauren Boebert. Okay, do that shit. She needs to literally like drape herself with a Palestinian flag, okay? And just eat Ben and Jerry's ice cream, because Ben and Jerry's is like the #1 symbol for Palestinian freedom, I guess, in America. I want them to be like, hey, unless you literally fucking kneel and like, I don't know, fucking run around like you're Captain Palestine with a Palestinian flag on your back on the floor of the fucking Congress, on the halls of the Congress, you're not allowed. You're getting your fucking committee positions removed. Okay? Does she even have any? I don't even know.
5 moths, let's go.
All Ilhan needed to do on the call was repeat, your husband showed his dick to minors? Yeah.
Representative Omar hung up on me. Rejecting an apology and hanging up on someone is part of cancel culture 101.
Where is Italian Santa?
I wanna open up Minecraft and fucking kill myself, my character in Minecraft, dude. That's what I want to do. Conservatives, make a statement without spear-dicking cancel culture challenge impossible difficulty. It's like everything is cancel culture. Oh my God, I went to Starbucks and they're no longer giving me pumpkin spice lattes. This is cancel culture. Liptards are destroying pumpkin spice lattes at Starbucks because they know white women love it. Everything is fucking cancel culture. I'm gonna cancel culture my life, dude, in a video game, of course.
and a pillar of the Democrat.
Bro, this dumb motherfucker said it's cancel culture to fucking turn off the phone, like to hang up on someone that when that person's being rude. Okay.
Party. Make no mistake, I will continue to fearlessly put America first, never sympathizing with terrorists. Unfortunately,
unless they're fucking storming the Capitol, you dumb motherfucker, dude. What frustrates me about her existence to the very core is how fucking stupid she is. Okay, like she's not.
I just want to say, Old Spice
there is absolutely zero fucking. There's zero intellect behind those dumb fucking 500-yard stare eyes. Okay, even with Josh Hawley or someone like Tom Cotton, like these are brutal, vulturous, parasitic psychopaths, right? But like, there's at least like Tom Cotton has the dead eyes because he probably murders dogs for fun. Okay, I suspect. Like he just does that. Him and Pete Buttigieg get together. They fucking hit up the dog pound and they're just fucking ripping into him with their M4s that they snuck back into the country allegedly. Okay. Whereas you know, Josh Hawley is a sociopath of a different kind. He's like that classic technocrat who just as well could have been a fucking liberal, but decided to run as a Republican senator in Missouri. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's, you know what, that's like a separate case, but he's also a sociopath in a different way. Okay. But she's just fucking dumb. Her and Marjorie Titan Green, they're both stupid as fuck. And they're so condescending, so cocky. They're just like, they just, everyone sucks up to them. So they like have developed this insane, like conservative white lady Karen confidence. And it just makes me so full of rage. I don't know how else to describe it. It makes me so angry when I see someone who's just like very obviously a dumbass. Okay, very, very obviously just like not a very smart person, but she is so confident and thinks like, oh yeah, no, I'm fucking great. I'm fucking great. I'm so good. Liberal rage, Lamau. Yeah, liberal rage, totally. Just like, honestly, you know, at some point your parents should have told you you're a fucking pathetic loser. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe they gave you too much. They instilled too much confidence in you.
Can't say the same thing.
You'd love to hate fucker though? No shot. No. No, that's bullshit. That's a fucking no shot, dude. No shot. There are people that are so ugly on the inside that like their average fucking looks on the outside do not play a role. I'd fuck Josh Hawley before I fuck Lauren Boebert, okay? At least that man takes care of his body. Have you seen that motherfucker's titties, dude? Josh Hawley's got some fucking badonks, dude. He's got some bazookas up there. Getting fucking wine at 3 p.m. in the middle of the day at fucking Whole Foods. You know what I'm saying? He's got some titties on him. Anyway. Boebert, on the other hand, is just so nasty. She's just like such a nasty motherfucker. I hate her. Anyway.
And our country is worse off for it. Please know I appreciate you and your support. I appreciate you understanding that I will always shoot straight with you. This isn't about religion. It's about the horrible, failed Democrat policies and anti-Americanism that I will call out each and every time I hear it. I am here to protect your freedom and continue making this the...
Yeah, she's protecting our freedoms, okay? How? Oh, by doing this. So another video actually surfaced of Lauren Boebert suggesting Ilhan Omar was a terrorist at an event in September.
One of my staffers on his first day with me got into an elevator.
Time to be a deegan in chat.
In the Capitol. And in that elevator, we were joined by Ilhan Omar. Well, it was just us three in there, and I looked over and I said, well, look at there, it's the Jihad Squad. Yeah.
She never did that. She never did that. There's 0% chance she ever did that. You want to know why? Because she's a fucking coward, okay? That's why. She only gets to say that in a fucking nice little, fundraising dinner around other like
In
rich
rape
fucking
chat.
Republicans, or she gets to say that at like a dive bar. She will never look Ilhan Omar in the eye and like actually say that. And the reason why she can't do that is because she's truly terrified. Like, because racism still comes from a place of like being fearful. Okay? She is legitimately a horrifyingly racist, awful person. And she is legitimately scared of Ilhan Omar because she's black, she's Muslim. That terrifies her. Ilhan Omar's like, what, 5 foot? Like 90 pounds soaking wet. And this lady is literally physically terrified of Ilhan Omar's presence. Okay? That's why she made this fucking dumbass racist story up. Yeah, hell yeah, you said jihad. Like, this is literally the exact same story if it was like in the 60s and we had fucking phone cameras and Joe Biden talked about how he called a black man who got in the fucking elevator with him the N-word, okay? Same exact shit. Just for Muslims, and that's significantly more normalized in like a newer form of bigotry in America for like the past 20 years. Has been real hot. So that's the reason why everyone's like, yeah, hell yeah, that's great. That's the story. It's the same shit. Being like, oh yeah, the black congressperson came into the elevator and I said, oh, like it makes like a fried chicken joke or something. You know what I mean? It's just like same energy shit. Marjorie Taylor Greene protects Lauren Boebert from Nancy Mace GOP infighting. Nancy Mace is the trash in the GOP conference, never attacked by Democrats or rhinos. Same thing, because she is not conservative. She is pro-abort. Mace, you can back up off of Lauren Boebert to just go hang with your real gal pals, the Jihad Squad. You're out of your league. It's just like I'm picturing a dude that lives in a fucking trailer in West Virginia, okay? He hasn't seen the doctor in like 11 months. He barely has access to fucking get insulin from like the one rural clinic that he goes to. Okay. And he's fucking sitting there watching Fox News like that Tucker Carlson boy. He is a smart man. Look at them sassy bitches doing cat fights. I love this. Oh, that Marjorie Taylor Greene. She good. She real fucking good while eating popcorn. It's like, dude, what the fuck? Ha! Can't believe Marjorie Taylor Greene said she's pro-abort. Can't have them. $11 years, not months, is more likely. This is just insane. Like, honestly, looking from another country is just insane. Yeah, this is what our fucking... This is why I think they should duke it out instead. They should all just get fucking jacked. They should do Clen. They should do Anwar. They should get fucking jacked. And they should just duke it out, okay? I don't want Marjorie Titan Green to be the only motherfucker who's jacked in Congress. I want everybody to be jacked. I want Ilhan Omar on fucking... I want Ilhan Omar to be stacked the fuck up. She used the wrong your. Yeah, okay, grammar Nazis. I know, which is additionally funny because she literally used both of the yours and didn't realize. Okay, didn't realize that it's the wrong your. Well, it's like the right one here. Nancy Mace, by the way, isn't that like the... Oh, never mind. And while I'm correcting you, I'm a pro-life fiscal conservative who was attacked by the left all weekend, as I often am, as I defied China while in Taiwan. What I'm not is a religious bigot or racist. You might want to try that over there in your little league. Okay, she's gonna fucking... There's no shot this person wins anything ever again. No shot.
Best content on
Trump
Twitch.
made a statement. No shot Trump said this. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar should apologize for marrying her brother, committing large-scale immigration and election fraud, wishing death to Israel. None of those things have happened. He just came out of the gate swinging. The only reason why you can say this sort of stuff to Ilhan Omar and white people will get more mad about like the retaliation being like, this is deeply fucking racist, you piece of shit, is because of white supremacy and how It permeates through all of our institutions, and it's a very active part of our lives, even if we don't recognize it. I don't know if this is real or not, by the way. This could be totally fake. Except the difference is Trump has said all of these things about Ilhan Omar. So I don't know if he typed this out, but he literally has said it in front of thousands of fucking people. In front of on a podium with the presidential seal in front of him. So that's not exactly surprising that this is like, I mean, if this is not real, it's one thing, but I have heard him say those things with my own ears and seen it with my own two eyes. Anyway, the Trump camp is spreading it. Oh, he did say it. Ilhan Omar should apologize for marrying her brother, for essentially abandoning her former country, which doesn't even have a government, exactly what she'd like to see for the U.S. There is no other person in Congress that gets attacked as much as Ilhan Omar does, and in as violent ways. Also, why is a reactionary conservative saying that a country not having a government is a bad thing? Isn't that kind of like the entire purpose of the Republican Party? Isn't that literally what you did and then bragged about? You gutted every federal agency, which was, and never even appointed like seats to certain key positions within the federal agencies. So why is like no government bad all of a sudden? The Somalian government, or lack thereof, is a libertarian wet dream. That's the only reason why I don't know if this is real or not. He didn't actually say this. It's not on his official website. Maybe they deleted it. I don't know. I mean, this is Patriot Takes, so it could be fake. It doesn't matter though. Like whether he typed this out or not does not change. Whether he typed this out or not does not change the reality that like he has said all of these things about Ilhan Omar, and many people have said all of these things about Ilhan Omar out in the open. If you recall, like he would go to like fucking Michigan and just do this shit. Like he would do a rally in Michigan and just be like, and put Ilhan Omar's face up on the fucking Jumbotron or whatever. And literally be like, this person is enemy number one. This person is like an enemy of the state. Anyway.
Sub-messages ignored. This is cancel culture dono wall.
New school shooting just dropped, apparently. I am not going to get involved with that right now. Obviously, when more details come, we'll fucking figure it out.
Illy dad.
But this is what's going on. What's so bizarre and ironic about these smears against Ilhan Omar is that they're coming from Republicans who are actually pro-extremist and anti-American democracy themselves. There are photos of Green and Boebert with the 3 percenters. Yeah.
She's pro-Al-Qaeda. She's basically an apologist for Islamic terrorists. There is no need to apologize to that.
Why would Ilhan Omar be pro-Al-Qaeda, you dumb motherfucker? Oh, wait. Because she's Muslim. That's why. Because she's like very visibly Muslim. That's why she's pro-Al-Qaeda. Remember Fox News telling me I was pro-Al-Qaeda for criticizing Dan fucking Crenshaw for refusing to stop arms sales to Saudi Arabia that literally ended up in the hands of Al-Qaeda in Yemen? Remember? I was the one who was pro-Al-Qaeda because I was criticizing a congressperson who was literally stopping, or refusing to stop rather, arms sales to Saudi Arabia, which ended up in the fucking hands of Al-Qaeda. But I am pro-Al-Qaeda, not him. Why? I wonder why. I wonder why I'm pro-Al-Qaeda. And I'm white as fuck, okay? I'm white as a motherfucker. I don't have like any, Muslim qualities. I even have my fucking nails painted, which automatically means like, oh, you are gay, bro. You are gay. You are bad Muslim. Anyway. And even then it's like, oh yeah, you're Muslim. Your name is Hasan. You're from Turkey. Okay, well, you're pro-Al-Qaeda. Same with Ilhan Omar.
a year in and I haven't turned into one of those idiotic chatters yet.
That woman, because she will never stop. She's bloodthirsty. She wants
Thank you, the sarcastic banana, for the 10 gifted subs.
Republicans completely taken out. She wants Republicans jailed. She does not care about our country. She's anti-American. She's pro-Al Qaeda. She's.
I despise these fucking freaks, dude. I hate them so much. They are so fucking disgusting. Okay? They're so insanely disgusting and evil.
For it.
Lauren Boebert said she wanted a meeting, but Ilhan Omar made it clear that would not happen. Both parties tell Fox there were no raised voices on the call. Boebert tells Fox Omar hung up on her. Omar's office says it was clear the call wasn't going anywhere. Omar says Boebert doubled down on her remarks. Boebert said she wants Omar to apologize for anti-Semitic and anti-police rhetoric. Omar's office tells Fox the Minnesota Democrat announced she was ending the call, then hung up. This remark is what sparked the dispute.
9 months.
I look to my left, and there.
Bro, I just like, I love that. You need to apologize for your anti-cop sentiment. It's like, dude, you can't simultaneously take the position that, like, you should be able to say whatever you want about, like, people's inalienable characteristics, okay? And be as racist as you want, and then turn around and be like, but you can't hurt cops' feelings because that is unacceptable. Also, cancel culture. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a job, you dumb motherfucker. Holy shit, I am trying so hard not to say way worse words, okay? Pokemon snitching on you on her stream? For what?
There she is. Ilhan Omar.
Oh, man. Oops. Now I want to see what she's saying.
Huh?
What'd she
I
say?
don't even watch a stream on YouTube like bruh. I think maybe someday I can be converted, but my brain still goes Twitch, live stream.
17 Deegan months.
She's talking about Cussy. She's not snitching. I feel like that's like next level simping to just like promote your favorite content creator. I think like people do that on purpose to just be like, Pokey was saying you're a bigger brand risk than XQC. Chad is just being weird. Wait, what? Why? I mean, she is right, but she's talking about converting to Islam. She's already Muslim, bro. All right, let's keep going.
I said, well, she doesn't have a backpack. We should be fine.
Boebert also referred to Omar as a member of the, quote, jihad squad on the House floor earlier this month. Democratic leaders demanded the GOP, quote, take real action to confront racism. Democrats have tinkered with trying to censure Boebert and remove her from committees. The House already voted to strip Republicans Marjorie Taylor Greene and Paul Gosar of their committee assignments. Brett?
Okay, we'll follow that. Congress is now back from the Thanksgiving break. A ton to do before the end of the year. Fund the government, build back better in the Senate. Where are we?
Well, there is a singular must-do for this week, fund the government, by 11:59 p.m. Eastern on Friday. This year in rush is typical. Expect a Band-Aid bill to avert a government shutdown. It will run through January. The GOP is pushing for a longer bill through March. Raising the debt ceiling is due by December 15th, and Build Back Better maybe by Christmas. And Brett, the Senate just blocked finishing debate on the annual defense bill. Back to you.
Okay, Chad Bergram.
All right, let's get to it. We got Bad Turks edition, okay?
Can we talk about Dr. Oz running for Senate, though?
Yes, we are literally about to do that after we're done with the Enes Kanter, okay? This segment of the broadcast is going to be about Turkish Americans, okay? Not all Turkish Americans are obviously, intellectual titans. People that are principled, honest actors who are dedicating their entire lives to the honorable cause of spreading the truth about Cussy in the Car Cinematic Universe, okay? Not every single Turk is like me. Because if you only watch me, you're probably like, damn, I fucking love Turkish people, dude. They're so sick. They're so open-minded. They're so woke. That's not true, my friend. There are a lot of bad Turks out there, okay? It pains me to say this. It pains me to admit this, okay? And today, we are going to talk about two of them. Enes Kanter, or now known as Enes Kanter Freedom, and also Dr. Oz. Okay? Both of them are making money moves in the political sphere. And Enes Kanter especially is going full grift on the main. Okay? So let's take a look. He went on. Enes Kanter is a basketball player. He is a follower of a CIA asset cult, a Turkish CIA asset cult. Fethullah Gülen is the leader of this cult. Enes Kanter is also a LeBron hater. He's also overall just not good at what he does with respect to like the rest of the NBA. And because of that, because of how bad he is at basketball, even though he'd fucking destroy me, obviously, don't get me wrong, but because of how bad he is at basketball, he has chosen to, you know, generate controversy and attention for himself in other ways. And this is, of course, coming at a time when the dollar is worth 14 fucking lira. So shouts out to the Turks in the chat. I'm sorry that that's happening to you. But at least you can, you know, blow off some steam as I fucking shit on this doo-doo boy over here on Tucker Carlson tonight.
Enes Kanter grew up in Turkey, came to this country, and wound up in the NBA. Just a few hours ago, he became an American citizen. To mark the occasion, he has legally changed his name. His new name is Enes Kanter Freedom. Enes Kanter Freedom plays for the Boston Celtics, and he joins us tonight. Enes, Mr. Freedom, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on becoming a citizen. Tell us why you've done this, why you've become...
I'm not going to lie. The only thing Enes Kanter has going for him is that he has literally a negative hairline, okay? He has a reverse hairline. Like, it's not even a hairline, dude. It's just hair. He's just all hair, dude. I've never seen a homie with this kind of hairline, dude. It's like bad because of how small it is, you know? Plugs and you know it. No shot those are plugs, dude. Are you kidding me? Why would anybody get fucking plugs to have hairline that comes down to your goddamn eyebrows, brother? Are you nuts? No, Ethan has the perfect hairline. That's why he's the hairline king. He has a forehead. This man has like a one head, okay? Yeah, instead of a receding hairline, he's got a proceeding hairline. It's fucked up.
Become a citizen and changed your name.
Thanks for having me, Mr. Carlson. You know, I think I can just easily say that this is the greatest day in my life. You know, it was my dream the first day I stepped into America. And, you know, after I get my green card, obviously it's been a rough 6 years because Turkish government revoked my passport and put my name on Interpol list. But I think, you know, I wanted to do it because
Didn't he originally want to change his last name to Gülen, by the way? What happened, coward? Why'd you change it to Freedom? He's just like, he literally is just like, I will suckle on whatever I can, okay? I'll do anything I can to get fucking clout.
So I closed stream.
It's just so, oh, I hate him. I hate him so much, dude. He just sucks so bad. So, Fethullah Gülen, and I have to fucking repeat this every time I talk about this. Fethullah Gülen is a Muslim cleric who is also a CIA asset, okay? He has a fuckload of Turkish Muslim schools all around the world, including here in America. I believe he has 150 just in the United States alone. He's very, very prolific, okay, with his madrasas that he builds all around the world. Now, the reason why he's able to do all of this is because America believes that he promotes a more tolerant version of Islam, because the prior people that they funded, the fundies of Islam, the Wahhabist extremists, are a little too spicy for America now, right? So they are now doing the exact same thing that they did with the Wahhabists to now fucking fund the Fethullah Gülen type of Islam, which is still going to bite America in the ass once again. But ultimately, it doesn't even matter because like that continues a never-ending that continues a never-ending cycle of violence for America to sell more guns and yada yada yada.
She sounds like
but
she's talking
yeah,
about
he is.
herself.
Fethullah Gülen is also responsible for the coup d'état that happened in Turkey, and also in Turkey he is used as like the cudgel, the enemy, and Erdogan says everyone and anyone is a Fethullah Gülen supporter when he wants to jail them inappropriately, even though Fethullah Gülen did have a splinter government. Fethullah Gülen did have a splinter government, basically operating a parallel state, if you will, operating within the Turkish government.
THNX bro, keep up the good
Isn't he
work.
better than Erdogan? Fuck no. And I fucking hate Erdogan. Erdogan's the reason why I don't go back to Turkey. But of course not. Are you fucking insane? Why the fuck would I prefer literally a dude from the exact same fucking upbringing, but this time an American asset, over a dude from that upbringing who at least is not like a CIA asset, okay? Yeah, this is old as fuck, but he has a lot of schools in Africa too. Anyway, like they all suck. Al birini vur ötekine amına koyayım. İkisi de iğrenç. They're all terrible. Erdogan is fucking terrible, but Fethullah Gülen is even somehow worse than Erdogan, okay? Anyway, and that's the reason why I despise Enes Kanter, because he literally is a Fethullah Gülen supporter. He went to Samanyolu, okay? In Ankara too, for the record. And that's a Fethullah Gülen school. So of course he's a Gülenist.
Remember first time I came to America, you know, one of my teammates, it was back in 2009, one of my teammates criticized the president. And I turned around and I told him, was like, dude, what are you doing? They're gonna throw you in a jail. And he told me, he started laughing and said, this is America, don't worry about it. You are not in Turkey anymore. I was
Dude, I did. Oh, this is America, bro.
very shocked.
Fuck off,
but,
dude.
you know, the reason I wanted to do it because this, you know, from day one, America gave me a home. American people opened their arms, give me a warm welcome. And I wanted to do it because I wanted to call somewhere where I can feel like this is my home now. And it is the greatest feeling that I ever had.
Oh, that's just wonderful. I wish we had so many more people like you who are as grateful to be here as you clearly are. How have your teammates responded? Do you think they're as grateful to be Americans as you are?
No shot his teammates. Do his teammates like this guy? Because he just sucks. He has no fucking personality. The MVP dislikes content as well. Every time they play, Jokic punks him. Lol. Jokic.
Jokic now. They clear it out for him. Jokic going into his bag of tricks and a foul on Kanter. Well, Jokic in his Kanter right now. Banging away the big guys.
But you know the difference is he's more aggressive.
25 months.
Game in the first quarters. Denver #2. They're at 31-4. There's Carmelo Anthony hits a three. Got a little battle underneath between Kanter and Jokic.
Anyway, LeBron also hates him. Well, because LeBron is an honorary Turk, okay? That's why. Because LeBron is a fucking pillar of human rights, okay? A defender of human rights. There, I said it. Americans are so incredibly butthurt about LeBron as a person who, like, is a vocal advocate for Black Lives Matter. LeBron, who built a fucking public school, okay? Not a charter school, not a private school, but a fucking public school in his fucking hometown. He's truly a goddamn king, greatest athlete, okay? You got, on the one hand, you got Michael Jordan saying, like, oh, Republicans buy shoes too. And then on the other hand, you got LeBron being like, Black Lives Matter, unconditionally, fuck everybody, fuck white supremacy, okay? Also, let's not talk about China. That's it. That's the one area where he's like, China? I don't know what you're talking about. What's China? I don't even know. Is that a country? I don't know. What's Taiwan? Definitely not a country. That's right. What is that? Like, you know, Chinese Taipei? That's what LeBron says. Okay. So that's like, That's like until Obama tells him to stop striking. Okay, dude. Well, yeah, that's true. Anyway, you can talk to the man. You can talk to man, but you can't talk about the game because we know you wrong. Lol. What? Kanter spoke out against the child labor going on into Nike shoes, apparel, and the Uyghur genocide, though. Dude, that's fucking bullshit, dude. Okay, so did Tucker Carlson. Do you think Tucker Carlson's a good guy? Or do you think they're using that as a fucking talking point? Explain to me, please.
9 months just wanted to say my step-grandma.
Yeah, so did fucking Mike Pompeo, dog. What's up? People are so fucking stupid, dude. People are like, oh, someone said China bad. Okay. So does 99% of Americans, dude. So what's up, dude? Are you now going to be like, Tucker Carlson is actually, you know, a beacon for calling out human rights abuses? Anyway, as a fellow Akron boy, LeBron is such an inspiration, has made the community there a bit more untied. What? United, you mean? Anyway, and also Enes Kanter literally is like unconditional support to Israel. Like Uyghur genocide, but also unconditional support to Israel. Like them Palestinians need to shut the fuck up and just get bombed, you know? So what's up? If you say China bad all day, okay, every day, and then you never speak out for Palestinian rights, you're not a fucking principled humanitarian. What the fuck are you talking about? You are basically the asset of the State Department. You are just doing State Department agitprop. That's all you're doing. Okay? That's it. Anyway, let's keep going.
I mean, my teammates actually, you know, were really happy for me because they knew the struggle that I had the last, 6 years. It was a funny joke in the beginning because they were calling me Mr. Freedom, and now it became a reality.
Why can't anyone say they're uninformed about a topic and not spew BS for brownie points? I think Enes Kanter's situation is like, he's a dumbass, certainly. Okay, he's not a very smart person, obviously. But also on top of that, he's a bit of a grifter, right? I think with like LeBron and other people like that don't want to, that are like afraid of saying something about China, they're afraid of it because it'll cause them material harm. You know what I mean? They're just like worried that they won't be able to get deals with China or whatever the fuck. And it'll hurt the NBA overall, so that's why they like shut the fuck up and are worried about speaking out against it. Okay? That's it. There's so much money to be made in China, and that's the reason why I don't say anything. But other than that, on issues that they can make a change, or at least like functionally make a change or say something about it, they're very outspoken. Not disagreeing, but what's the difference? Well, the difference is it's normal to not know anything about fucking China and not fully understand a complex situation, okay? Whereas it's not all that, because like it's not like LeBron was like unconditional support to fucking Mao and Xi Jinping. He just said, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, okay? Whereas Enes Kanter is like, no, actually, like I love Ambassador John Bolton. Like, do you not see a difference between LeBron being like, I don't know what the fuck's going on in China versus I had a great conversation with Ambassador John Bolton, who like is most famous for the Iraq War and also wanting to nuke Iran. Like literally, this is not an exaggeration. His main thing was, I want to nuclear strike Iran. That guy. You're talking human rights with that guy? You're a fucking State Department mouthpiece, dude. Get the fuck out of here. John Bolton doesn't know anything about human rights, brother. The only thing he knows about human rights is like, how John Bolton is an ambassador for human wrongs, okay? Not human rights. The only thing he knows is how he will rob people and deny people of human rights.
But I think my teammates were like the one that, was my brothers, it was just so amazing because their support gave me so much hope and motivation to fight for what's right. So
oh, come on, dude. LeBron knows what's going on in China. He's just afraid of it hurting his pockets. Do you know what's going on in China? Okay. You don't. Chinese motherfuckers don't know what's going on in China. And on top of that, they don't even have a say in what goes on in China. So what the fuck are you talking about? Do you know? No, you don't. The only thing you know is what you hear, okay? What you hear from the news. And when it comes down to like nations all on the other side of the fucking planet there's a lot of misinformation that gets spread. Okay? Your LeBron standing is so weird. I mean, I respect him. It's almost like BLM and police brutality actually affects players in a league where 75% of the players are black. Why the fuck would they care about China? Yeah. It's like, bro, come on. Dude, you know what my position on this is. I believe that there was a deliberate attempt to wipe out as many like radical cultural POVs that the Uyghur Muslims had in East Turkestan, if you want to call that, if you want to call it Xinjiang, it doesn't matter. Okay? In that area, there were a lot of people that wanted autonomy from China. And China was like, fuck no, okay? They wanted to, again, do exactly what they've done in the mainland. And I guess, what's the term for it? Like, Hanify it, okay?
What happened?
Make it an area that is also another part of fucking China, okay? In an effort to do that, they wanted to destroy as many parts of, Hanification and forcibly assimilate as many fucking Uyghur Turks as possible. That is cultural genocide, okay? And on top of that, they had rigorous surveillance, like insane rigorous surveillance protocols that are worse than even some areas in the Western world, for sure. Okay, round-the-clock surveillance, and also camps where they would, well, not camps, but like re-education camps, basically, where they would functionally beat the fucking Uyghur autonomy out of you, okay? That's it. And that's true. And they've turned it into basically a fucking tourist destination where the only remnants of your Uyghur culture is just one that you can turn into a fridge magnet. Okay? That's it. And now they have succeeded. And because of that, they've shut down the fucking education camps, re-education camps. Not only have they shut down the re-education camps, I mean, the Associated Press has admitted that they've shut down the re-education camps. That's not how you pronounce it. Don't tell me how to pronounce literally a fucking Turkish word. Suck my cock. Uyghur is how you pronounce it in Turkish. Okay? I'm sorry that I'm not saying Uyghur. Okay? Like I'm saying a fucking slur or some shit.
I'm changing my last name to Solidarity and then I'm getting a
Americans telling me, a Turkish man, how to pronounce a Turkish word is fucking insane. Literally half of my family's last name is Uyghur. What the fuck are you saying? Do you know where this broadcast, like, do you know whose broadcast you're in? Why don't you say yogurt? God damn, dude. Anyway. So Uyghur population has grown since the supposed genocide. Dude, stop. Please. I don't know why fucking, like, Dengis and weirdo fucking CCP supporters, like, come across like they're literally doing fucking, like, Holocaust revisionism over here. Okay, there's a difference. I'm not saying that they're like literally fucking murdering every Uyghur male or some shit. Okay, that's not what I'm saying at all. Shut the fuck up. At least be a little bit more honest and you know, allow some fucking fair criticism of another hegemonic power, dude. Holy shit. It's such a weird thing to be like, to defend another country like the fucking conservatives defend America. You know what I mean? Anyway. No, the Chinese Communist Party wasn't anti-Muslim. Of course not. There are a fuckload of other Muslim ethnic groups in China. They weren't anti-Muslim. They were anti-Uyghur Muslim, okay? And they consider them to be extremists and radicals and terrorists because they wanted to. There were plenty of Uyghurs that wanted to separate, okay? And they wanted autonomy. And that is literally something that they brutally fucking wanted to beat out of them. And they did that. They did that successfully, okay? Stop justifying it. Justifying what? Shut up. It's just like, listen, whenever I talk about China and Uyghurs, like, if you're, this is too complex of a situation for you to understand, okay? It's very clear to me. If you get like really horny about what I'm saying, one way or the other, because I have a very fucking, I think, even-handed approach to this issue, where I avoid like Western imperialist propaganda, but also simultaneously I'm like very honest about what's going on. If you're still finding yourself horny and angry at me, it just means you're too stupid, okay? I'm sorry. So maybe you should shut the fuck up.
Speak American, damn it, has chud.
Centricism in the face of injustice just means you support that injustice. Did I say that? I did not say that. I did not say that I support that, by the way. I never said that. Anyway, anarchists, shut the fuck up about China challenge. Okay, go back to Chaz or Chop if you're gonna fucking talk shit about at least a transitional socialist state that is like making leaps and bounds and becoming a fucking, at the very least, a social democracy. Okay, and has been able to develop itself and is responsible for the only fucking eradication of global poverty in the past like 50 years. Maybe anarchists should shut the fuck up about that. I'm just saying, okay? Yeah, they are bad. Okay, yes, China bad. They do a lot of bad shit. But if you're a fucking anarchist, then, you know, go back to fantasizing with the fucking French commune or whatever, okay? And all that sort of good stuff. You're no different than those who fucking fantasize about like, you know, Red October or whatever, like the original inception of the USSR, and act like that's what some Marxist-Leninists like act like we could do here in America without analyzing the material conditions. So,
your stream has been great. Don't do heroin,
so shut up.
We'll die.
Okay, you're all equally stupid. I'm the only smart person here. Anyway, I'm kidding. I'm a dumbass too. But as I was saying, single-party authoritarianism, early social democracy. Come on, dude.
Yogurt sweaty.
Yes, I know. China should instead have two parties, and both of which have the exact same fucking approach when it comes to their overall goals, okay? That would be better, like we do here in America. You're right. Who cares? Like, we talk about how the democracy is a fucking failure in the Western world regularly, okay? In theory, it's a great idea. I agree. There is no fucking real governance without dissent. I am of the Luxembourg school of thought on this issue. I 100% agree with that. Except, ultimately, what I'm looking at here is something I cannot change, just analyzing it and giving it to you straight, okay? Like, what would happen if they had a fucking the Falun Gong party and the CCP, and then they would like go back and forth, except the Falun Gong would not be like the American two-party system because, you know, CIA involvement. But so China is going to be a social democracy. China's leaps and bounds in developing its nation has been quite social democratic. The reason why I don't want to say it's like a fucking transitional socialist state is because, you know, it's not like, I mean, there's a lot more to do for that.
One more month until I start being weird. Let's go.
Okay, anyway. How the fuck do we get to China? This is such a stupid conversation. They did define poverty at a lower income level than it once was. Didn't really get rid of poverty or hunger, just redefined it. You're talking about, first of all, you're talking about Western states and their definition of poverty. You're not talking about like actual eradication of poverty in China. Okay.
Democracy isn't a failure. The people who should be in power are in power. They are the ones who are given preferential treatment and get an easy ride.
So why don't you move to China? Because I fucking love, I love freedom of speech, and I love watching porn, and I love consuming gross shit. I'm hedonistic. A lot of those things I can't do in China. Otherwise, I would. Why wouldn't I fucking move to China? It's not like China is, you know, I'm not going to be harmed in China. As long as I don't say anything that I would normally say about the Chinese government.
Halo soon, as buff.
Anyway, the Uyghur situation is not only religion motivated. I already said that. It's not religion motivated at all. East Turkestan is and was for centuries the Silk Road, which was for China was difficult to control under Genghis Khan. Anyway. There's plenty of porn in China, I'm pretty sure. Okay, listen. I like hedonistic, gross, gluttonous commodity consumption. And I also like I also personally enjoy freedom of speech as well. And whether we admit it or not, and America is really fucking bad, and it's getting worse and worse with free speech, especially as it pertains to like marginalized communities. But ultimately, they're not throwing me in jail for fucking advocating for Black Lives Matter, even though they may or may not be fucking, you know, doing everything in their power to neuter movements like that on the ground. But in other countries, everyone would be going to jail for protesting in that similar capacity. Yet. I also don't speak Chinese. I don't speak Mandarin. How the fuck would I go to China?
It says we should eat the vegans.
Is porn blurred in China? No, that's Jav, my friend. That's Japanese adult video. Weird how leftist chat sounds exactly like a Fox News comment section when it comes to China. Yeah. China is the most democratic and free country on earth. They have so many trains. Okay, shut up. Like, I get it, dude. You love fucking high-speed rail, okay? I do too. It would be sick.
I'm about to I'm 8 months king.
The point is, I wouldn't give up, like, free speech, free political speech to the degree of, like, living in China for high-speed rail, okay? A lot of people would, though. Okay? And, you know, more power to them. That's why I like living here.
About KGB defector
and plus, I'm also in the fucking 1%. So there is that. If you are a rich American, this is the greatest fucking playground to live in. If you're not, if you're middle class, it's fucking garbage, okay? Especially if you're poor. It's really bad. Because it's like everyone's flexing on you nonstop. Every fucking facet of media is literally just pumping out how fucking great everything is here while you're like, my life sucks dick. What the fuck is going on? Are there like weird fucking pedophile vampires behind all this? Because I'm losing my mind. Like, I have no fucking healthcare. I'm constantly afraid. My boss sucks. My job fucking sucks. There's so much uncertainty in my life. I have so much alienation from my fellow fucking workers and also my own labor itself. What the fuck? I'm going insane. Everybody keeps telling me things are great. And then that's how you arrive at QAnon if you're like an average worker in America. Anyway, let's get back to
so I definitely give
this fucking dickhead.
A lot of credit to my teammates.
I genuinely don't.
It seems like people who move here from countries that are not free appreciate the freedoms here much more than a lot of us who grew up with those freedoms. Have you noticed that?
You know, I feel like I'm going to just say this, and I'm going to be honest. People should feel really blessed. And
you are clueless about the real world. You love in a bubble. Yeah, you're a Twitch chatter, so.
Lucky to be in this, being America, because, you know, they love to criticize it, but being America, because, you know, they love to criticize it, but when you live a country like Turkey or you know, China or somewhere else, you will appreciate the freedoms you have here.
Yes.
You know,
that is exactly.
So I feel like they should just, please, they should just keep their mouth shut and stop criticizing the great.
Dude, this is the funniest fucking take. It's like, listen, this is the funniest fucking take you could have. It's like, actually, I can't criticize my government in Turkey, okay? So people that want to criticize America, I love America because you can criticize the government. So because of that, you should shut the fuck up. And there, That's the reason why I think he's a fucking moron, okay? This baboon is so stupid that he doesn't recognize that it's the top of the hour and there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can be from Turkey and you won't see the ads. But if you're not from Turkey, okay, you're going to see some fucking ads right now. 60-second one.
9 months, Pog.
Okay? And let me tell you something. It's $5 or free. Or you can be getting a gift from like Moccasin. 5 of you just got gifted. Okay? And we'll be avoiding the ad breaks. Thank you, Moccasin. But the 1 minute ad break comes for all. How long did that one cook for? I was cooking that up in the shop, dude. Cooking up dope in the crock pot. Anyway, but the point is, the talking point I was going to say is this. You can't simultaneously fucking say America's great because there's free speech here, okay? And then be like, so everyone criticizing the government should shut the fuck up. And only a dumb person would say that, which is why I think Enes Kanter, like, yeah, he's like a low-level grifter, but he's also too stupid to recognize what he's doing. He's not good at, like,
There's no moral
what he's doing.
justification to consume animal products. Go vegan, chat hassle.
Thank you, Nick X. What the fuck with the 5 gifted as well. And his content on how other NBA Turks hate him. Oh, dude, other NBA Turks hate him too? Hell yeah.
But what hurts me the most is other Turkish players in the league. We have Ersan Ilyasova. We have Cedi Osman in Cleveland. We have Furkan Korkmaz in Philly. Whenever we go against them, they don't say a word. I actually try to talk to them. I'm like, hey, dude, like, what's up? How you doing? No answer. Because, like, when I try to actually, like...
Yeah, because you suck, dude. That's why. You're an embarrassment. You're, like, defending... Look, I don't know those dudes, but I'm fucking certain that they're probably not super pro-Erdogan, right? Like, because most people that are living here... Like, a lot of those people are not going to be pro-Erdogan. They live here. They know how much fucking better it can be, right? And the reason why they probably fucking despise him is the same reason why I don't like him either. Because he fucking sucks. He sucks. Like, he's like a mouthpiece for the American State Department. Why the fuck would anybody like... Why would anybody be like, oh, dude, it's actually really tight that you're a fucking psychotic Gülenist? Like, yeah, I love that, dude. More power to you, brother. Like, good job for being a fucking psycho Gülenist supporter. Like, what the fuck? Of course everyone's going to fucking dunk on you and not want to be a part of whatever the fuck you're preaching, okay? Because it sucks. What you're fucking advocating for is dog shit. It's doo-doo. It's not good. It's bad. Okay? That's it. TLDR opinion on China. China bad, also China good. How about that? Literally dunk on him.
Because, like, they might, like, be scared of, like, a, Turkish government that if they see a pictures or video of us talking of something, then they might be in trouble, whatever. So, like, I actually cover my mouth with the jersey and just try to talk to them. They turn their face the other way, That was a position.
And these are guys you've known your whole life, right?
I know, especially Ersan. I played with him in the same team with OKC. I played with a national team. Cedi and Furkan play with my brother.
Yeah, bro, that's right. Listen. If you fucking known this dude your entire life and he's fucking giving you the cold shoulder, perhaps it's time for some fucking reflection, okay?
Has.
Like, come on, dude. And look, there's a lot of Turks in here who fucking despise me whenever I talk about Kurdish rights and whenever I talk about the Armenian genocide, okay? They get very mad. But because Turkish nationalistic fervor is so strong that they will overlook that because, like, they're like, I'm so proud. This American guy, HasanAbi, he's in America. He's speaking. He says, fuck Erdogan. And I love that. You know what I mean? Like, they overlook all the other shit because they're so proud. The fact that you got other fucking Turkish people shitting on you in America says a lot, dude. You got to be a real fucking dog shit person for other Turks to not be able to overlook those qualities. You feel me? Like, Turks will literally overlook most things if you're like if you're a Turkish guy killing it in America. Okay?
I got the vaccine for the 9-month brain rot, but I heard there was a new variant called 13-month brain rot.
In national team, so I know him from a long time. I actually, like, whenever they get hurt, I message him on Instagram and say, hey, get well, brother, but no answer. But like, that's the thing that hurts me the most, because like, they're just scared. They don't know any better. But whenever I sit down and have a conversation, try to have a conversation with them in a game, no answer. That's probably that hurts me the most.
That sucks. Do you fear for your own safety?
I mean, I'm in touch with FBI a lot here. I have always like
Interesting
conversation with them and stuff. But when I was playing for Portland, my friends told me it's not safe to stay in a house because there were so many death threats. So they told me to stay in a hotel. So when I was in a road game, actually, FBI came to my hotel room in Portland.
Dude, how does Bill Simmons still not know that, like, only the top of his head is on his camera? Like, dude, you're like one of the most famous fucking sports podcasters, journalists, broadcasters on the planet. And you still fucking stream like Nick Merckx, dude?
They set up this thing called a panic button. It was right next to my bed. They said, whenever you feel uncomfortable, whenever you just feel threatened or something, just push that button. We'll be there in 2-3 minutes. In America, no, because like there are rules and laws. I don't think they can do some kind of operations in America. But
thank you for all that you do.
Other countries, for sure, yeah, because they actually put my name on Interpol, a red notice system. So like, I basically count as an international criminal.
So you
get fucked. Get fucked.
You can't leave America then.
I cannot leave America. So I'm actually becoming an American citizen next year in June.
Oh, congrats.
I know. I'm so excited about it. But so when I become an American citizen, I can leave. Actually, this year in Christmas.
Who's threatening him? Probably the Turkish government. That's 100% true. I do believe that.
Behind you.
That's true for sure. Because like, I mean, that he definitely does have threats to his life. I believe that. And he definitely does get threatened by the Turkish government. I believe that. But like, here's the thing, okay? The Turkish government, half the fucking time, the Turkish government is like literally fucking claiming that people are Fethullah Gülen supporters when they're not. This is the one instance where he actually is an open supporter of Fethullah Gülen.
Doesn't game anymore.
Are you threatened? I mean, I've been threatened before too. Yeah. Again, you should be thankful for the NBA letting him ride the pine while he waits 10 years to get citizenship. I haven't in many years, but like I have in the past. Yeah. I've talked about it before. When I wrote the article about the coup d'etat in Turkey on Huffington Post, I got Abi tavsiyesi from a prominent Turkish journalist, okay? Who was talking at the behest of larger forces at play, and originally approached me to give me money to write another article that was in support of Erdogan, and I was like, nope, that's not happening. And then when that didn't work the way that they wanted it to work, they were like, well, you know, your family lives in Turkey. This was many years ago, and I haven't really, I haven't written on Huffington Post in a while, so it doesn't matter. But that was like, that's the extent of like how much the Turkish government does not give a fuck. You know what I mean? They're not like, they got hella fucking Turkish reporters locked up or threatened with jail. There's no freedom of speech. And that is a big problem. Anyway. Bu niye destekliyor? FETÖ'cünün İslamcı olması bile nefret etmeleri için yeterli değil mi? Oğlum Amerikalılar kendi düşmanlarının düşmanı olan herkesi severler, tamam mı? Bu kadar basit. Şimdi Taliban'ı da seviyorlar abi. Neden seviyorlar? Anyway, let's keep going.
We have to go to Toronto and Canada for a Christmas game.
So you're just never going to go back? I mean, Erdogan's not going to be in power for much longer. His popular support, which he genuinely did have, by the way, but his popular support is getting eviscerated. So, hopefully by like 2023, he has 2 years. Erdogan, you have 2 years. We'll see what happens, but.
Well, we have to get in touch with the Justin Trudeau's office. We have to get in touch with some of the lawmakers there. And it just gave me so much. It made me very happy that they said just, hey, tell him to not worry about it. He could come in the country, play his game peacefully and leave. So there was no problem.
When you're talking about your relationship with the other Turkish players, we did, when I was at ESPN, I was one of the people who did 30 for 30. We did a documentary called Once Brothers, which was one of my favorite ones that we did about Vlade Divac and Drazen Petrovic, who were on the same team and grew up in Yugoslavia, and then Yugoslavia split and they stopped speaking to each other. And then Drazen tragically died in a car accident, but Vlade, they were like super close.
Yeah.
And it got to the point, much like you described, where they're on a basketball court, not acknowledging each other. And it was whatever was going on in their home country had completely overpowered any sort of relationship they could have here. But then Drazen dies, and Vlade had a hard time dealing with it. And that was what we made the documentary about. But it's such a unique circumstance, and it's really only happened a couple times in the league.
I respect them a lot, man. I mean, obviously, in the end, those players, that 3 players I just counted, representing Turkey, So, like, whenever we play against them, I actually pray for them. I'm like, I hope we win the game, but I hope they play good. Because, like, in the end, they're representing their family, they're representing their country, their flag, their people. So, like, I got a lot of respect for them, man. But, like, what they doing, I don't blame him because I understand, like,
I just got that fucking package in the mail. Shouts out to motherfucking Felix, dude. Ooh, Chapo merch, dude. Look at that. Look at that, dude. Oh, shit. Including the Zapata Offshore Co. Houston, Texas hat. Let's go, dude. No, not Felix Biederman, dude. Fucking. Oh, my Felix. What is it? Grey Wolf merch just in time for this topic? Yeah. Dude, some Armenian dude was in my replies the other day freaking the fuck out because I posted on my Instagram saying Avril Lavigne is a Grey Wolf because she has like a photo doing this. And some fucking like weirdo Armenian dude was like, in my fucking Twitter replies, like, everybody like this tweet so that like, there's more people that see this. Like, this guy, he's a fan of like the ultra nationalist Turkish party. And he's like saying he's a fan of the Grey Wolves. Like, they're terrorists. I'm like, dude, what? You think those motherfuckers like me? Like, are you a psycho? Are you stupid? You said not Felix Biederman? Oh, not Felix. No, not XQC Felix. Felix Biederman. Brittany is PKK. What the fuck? Anyway.
are scared, whatever. But when these things are all just settled down and when this regime changes, I am sure that they will change their mind.
Have you noticed any disturbing similarities between America right now and Turkey?
It's I feel like it's very sad, but I feel like it's getting there because like in America,
this motherfucker is gonna say Recep Tayyip Erdogan is very similar to Donald Trump, which he's right about, okay? But like your fucking brand of politics is even worse somehow. I mean, he's right. Trump and Erdogan have incredible similarities. Trump, Erdogan, and Vladimir Putin have a lot of fucking similarities, okay? They do. What the fuck is this? The Masonic Lodge, official pizza place, Banco Ambrosiano, Bank Credit and Commerce International, Cosa Nostra, Vatican Bank. We thank our 1979 season sponsor for their support. Oh, it's a baseball tee for the Masonic Lodge. That's awesome. That's so funny. It's a leftist t-shirt, yes. Abi Trump varken de özgürce konuşabiliyorsunuz. Putin'le varken hayır, o Amerika'nın özelliği zaten. Ondan bahsettik bile.
Wait, this isn't Grimes.
Bro, is this the foreigners compare U.S. to dictatorship arc or what? Dude, Trump's rise to power is literally identical to Erdogan's rise to power. I saw it with my own two eyes when I was a fucking young boy in Turkey. And also, I saw it with my own two eyes with Trump's rise to power as well. Identical. The only difference is Erdogan was more broadly popular than Donald Trump ever was, okay? What? Erdogan was always significantly more popular than Trump ever was. And also on top of that, that like the government overall is more powerful in Turkey than the government in America is. What is more powerful in America is the interest of capital. Corporations are more powerful in America than the actual government. Corporations are not more powerful than the Turkish government. The Turkish government can very easily just be like, all right, fuck off, you know? Oh, are you a prominent media company? Well, okay, suck my dick. Either fucking kiss the ring, bend the knee, or we'll fucking shut you down and we'll jail your journalists. You can't do that in America. In Turkey, the corporations work for the government. In America, the government works for the corporations. It's a really reductive way to describe the situation. Obviously, it's significantly more complex than that, but
$14 you
but yeah, that's you know, one way to describe the many differences. Anyway, let's keep going.
You turn on the news, there's so much negative news out there. You know, people attacking each other. This side is attacking this side is attacking the other side. But like, we should have one goal. Like, people forgetting that. The goal should be like, how can we make this country better together? It's not a fight against Republicans or Democrats. It's a fight like, how can we get through this together? Because we have one enemy to beat right now. It's the coronavirus, right? Yeah. But you turn on the news, this side is attacking that side, this side is attacking the other side. I mean, sure, people can do wrong stuff or whatever. People, you're not gonna like anything that people do, but like, I feel like we need to just like forget about all that BS and just like focus on, you know, just how can we get through this together.
Okay, shut the fuck up, dude. He's so boring.
Greatest nation in the world, and they should focus on, you know, their freedoms and their human rights and their democracy.
Yeah, it's just like, he's literally just like saying, hey, why don't you shut the fuck up about America's wrongs and hyper-focus on America's freedoms, which of course, ironically, is, you know, one of the main freedoms is being able to fucking criticize the government, which, you know, he doesn't want you to do.
Democracy. So this is, America gave me everything I have. So I definitely appreciate the United States of America.
That's how I feel. We're putting up a picture of one of your sneakers on the screen here. Tell us what this is. What's on there?
I cannot see the picture right now, but if you tell me what it is, I will tell you the story about it.
It says, one says free something. My eyes are bad. So
free something.
Free the Uyghurs. Stop genocide.
Mm-hmm.
Stop genocide, rape, and slave labor. Yes.
Yep. Well, obviously, someone had to do it. I'll be honest with you. There are so many, athletes, so many actors, so many celebrities out there who are scared because if they criticize China, obviously they will be affected. Their endorsement deals, their
stop genocide and torture. Does he know what the country he's currently worshiping does? Yeah, literally. Like, bro, the reason why I always find this so funny is because it's like, dog, Chinese people don't even have a say in what the fucking Chinese government does. Okay? So, like, you're literally telling people to shut the fuck up about, like, criticizing America, a country that you're saying theoretically should listen to its citizens. Okay? And that's why it's better than all these other countries.
Love you.
And then you turn around and you're like, but also, yeah, why are people not criticizing China? Because what the fuck can they do? What the fuck can they do? They can't do shit. They can't even change the politics in America, okay? Isn't this more just whites using POC to fight POC tactics? I mean, Enes Kanter is like me. He's white.
Contract or their money will be affected, and they're scared to say anything. But to me, human rights, democracy, and freedom is way more important than everything they can offer me. Morals.
Better than bum-ass LeBron, to be honest. Dude, LeBron haters are so pathetic sometimes that they literally fucking defend Enes Kanter. Like, bro, if you're finding yourself defending Enes Kanter, who is like on the opposite side of like the NBA player spectrum, okay, as LeBron. If LeBron is like one of the top players in the fucking league, if not the best, clearly, maybe not the best anymore, but still one of the best, a legend in his own right. How the fuck are you going to turn around and be like, actually, Enes Kanter is like so much better? Like, why? If Enes Kanter was good, he wouldn't have to wear these fucking ugly ass shoes, okay? He wouldn't have to go on the Tucker Carlson broadcast. He'd be fucking caked up, okay? He'd be face deep in some fucking blow every goddamn night, snorting cocaine off stripper titties, okay? Fucking every OnlyFans model out there in whatever city he's in. But instead, he's like, I love being American citizen. I changed my last name to Freedom. It's so good. I love America. No genocide in America. Only genocide in China. Okay? That's what the fuck he's doing. Because he's bad. Because he's bad at basketball. Okay? I want to save American democracy, or sorry, not American democracy. American democracy, very real and very good.
Values and principles are the most important thing in life. So to me, I wanted to stand up for my Muslim brothers and sisters who are in, concentration camps, are getting tortured and raped every day. And I don't care whoever said which organization or which company.
Bro, the Associated Press literally said, like, not like a fucking, not exactly known as like a pro-China outlet, but even the Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like, all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang, and now, it's the tourism hour. This motherfucker is like, anyway. Hasan pulling off a Colin Kaepernick. He's bad at football. Yeah, the difference between Colin Kaepernick and Enes Kanter is that, like, he actually is very bad at basketball. And secondly, Colin Kaepernick was defending a good message, okay? He was advocating for a good message, and he got fucking blackballed from the NFL for it. Whereas Enes Kanter, because he's going along with the hierarchical, like with the American hegemonic thought of just simply being like, all of America's adversaries are in the wrong, but America is the greatest country on earth and everybody should shut the fuck up. He gets to go on Tucker Carlson's broadcast, and he also gets to stay in the NBA. So how can you make these how can you make this comparison without recognizing how fucking stupid it is? It's ridiculous. It's not like he's fucking blackballed, you dumb bitch. He got an American citizenship. He's on the Tucker Carlson broadcast, and he's wearing the ugliest shoes known to man. That's the difference. When you are a cuck to the American hegemonic thought, okay, when you are a propaganda mouthpiece for reactionary conservatives, you don't have your livelihood threatened. That's the fucking point. Colin Kaepernick, on the other hand, well, he's done. He's out. He's over. It's over. How can you not see those differences?
I love
when Colin Kaepernick first came out and talked about Black Lives Matter and like taking a knee, motherfucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg said he was ignorant and uppity. Okay? What are you talking about? Because when you actually go against the dominant attitude in America, which is slanted towards white supremacy, okay, even the most woke libs will come out and just be like, shut up, N-word, okay? Yeah, Ruth Bader Ginsburg said something, I don't know if she used uppity, but she said like he's being real ignorant and selfish or some shit like that. And also, there was another fucking interview that recently came out, I think it was Katie Couric, who interviewed Ruth Bader Ginsburg and literally hid that reality, by the way. Sure, Hasan. Yeah. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Kaepernick. Let's see what she actually said. Hold on. I'm paraphrasing. Oh, he said, I think it's dumb and disrespectful. And then recently, I think it was like a month ago or something, the person who interviewed her for this, yeah, Katie Couric, openly admitted that she actually censored parts of that. She said more, but Katie Couric literally censored it because she wanted to preserve RBG's legacy. Katie Couric had the wherewithal. There it is. Katie Couric. Ah! Yes! Got it. Katie Couric admits she was wrong to protect Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Longtime TV news anchor Katie Couric on Tuesday acknowledged the error in editing out certain controversial thoughts of then Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg interview in a 2016 interview. Ultimately, I think I should have included, said Katie Couric in an extended interview with the Today Show's Savannah Guthrie to promote her upcoming book. Previews of the book have fixated on Couric's confession that she wanted to protect Ginsburg, who died last year at the age of 87. The edit came out about after Couric, then with Yahoo News, asked Ginsburg about NFL quarterback Colin Kaepernick kneeling during the national anthem. The justice responded that this former protest was dumb and disrespectful, not to mention stupid and arrogant. Those remarks stirred an uproar, causing Ginsburg to bail on them days later. I should have declined the response, said the justice. Yet the public had no clue about the liberal icon's even more inflammatory words. The protest, she argued, demonstrated contempt for a government that has made it possible for their parents and grandparents to live a decent life. Know your place, black man, is exactly what Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, okay?
And he made Brittany Renner pay for her flights.
How dare you? How dare you criticize the American government? Know your fucking place. You're ungrateful. Things that black people have heard throughout their entire fucking lives from every facet of mainstream media. So even your liberal fucking icons, okay? Ruth Conda forever. Even your fucking liberal icons will come out and immediately express their contempt for black people the moment that a black person says, hey, maybe we should have more civil liberties. Hey, maybe the police should stop disproportionately killing us.
Let's go. Bloodborne when?
Contempt for a government that has made it possible for their parents and grandparents to live a decent life, which they probably could not have lived in the places they came from. As they became older, they realized that this was a youthful folly, and that's why education is important. Uneducated. In her remarks to Guthrie, Couric commented on the material. There was another line that I thought I wasn't sure what she meant exactly, and I thought it was subject to interpretation. It most certainly was subject to interpretation. Ginsburg appeared to be applying a conservative sentiment about immigration to the actions of NFL players. Couric said she could have followed up or just published the full comment and forced Ginsburg to clarify it later. Can you imagine, dude? Isn't she from Kansas? How is this surprising? It just doesn't matter. Not to mention her egotistical decision to stay on the court instead of stepping down under Obama and having been replaced by someone other than Amy COVID Barrett. Yup. And that's just the reality, dude. That's the difference between someone speaking truth to power, like Colin Kaepernick was doing. Okay, you might not like the aesthetics of it. You might not like that he got a fucking Nike deal afterwards or whatever the fuck. Okay, you might not like that he's now being used as a marketing tool to neuter a genuinely revolutionary or radical movement that had the beginnings of revolutionary organizing. Okay, but ultimately he was correct to speak out, and he fucking lost his job, and everybody dunked on him. People don't remember this. I have been covering the news for like what, almost 10 fucking years now, okay, professionally. And I was openly pro Black Lives Matter at a time when I remember even the Pod Save America boys were not as fond of Black Lives Matter. I remember a time when the point of view towards Black Lives Matter changed when liberals adopted a pro Black Lives Matter stance because Donald Trump was against Black Lives Matter. Okay? Everybody was anti-BLM. Obama said they were fucking ignorant too. Ferguson protesters. RBG has said a lot of controversial stuff in her past. She really isn't the amazing activist that people think she is. Yeah. No, the original change for BLM, the original fucking turning point for BLM was when Donald Trump started attacking Colin Kaepernick. And liberals were very reactionary and only assumed ideological positions when their main enemy, Donald Trump, took a stance on the matter. Most liberals were not pro Black Lives Matter before Donald Trump, okay? And then everybody became pro Black Lives Matter after George Floyd. But even then, it doesn't matter because ultimately, Black Lives Matter and the way it is now is just like a completely fucking neutered movement that has made zero tangible fucking progress. That hasn't even led to like a single fucking single legislative solution. Okay, even 8 Can't Wait, which was like the counter to the original demands that people were making in the streets, the activists were making, even that didn't pass in Congress, despite the fact that it was like really obvious bottom of the barrel bullshit.
Not being a parasocial Andy. See you in another month.
Really obvious bottom of the fucking barrel bullshit. Like, don't fucking use chokeholds. Like, banning chokeholds at the federal level.
I don't care about any of that. I care about to be the voice of all those innocent people out there who don't have a voice.
Oh. If you have any siblings, tell them to come, please. And it's freedom. Great to see you tonight. Amazing.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
What? Early days BLM was kind of goofy too. Remember Bernie's speech interruption, but your point remains the movement is bad? Dude, of course, because it's a decentralized movement. It's like anti-fascism, okay? And BLM is still decentralized, regardless of whatever fucking organizational structure there is, or that people are trying to fucking claim there is. BLM is still a decentralized movement, ultimately. Wherever there are black people and allies that are non-black that see police brutality happening and want to speak out against it, that's BLM, okay? That's it. And when there is such a decentralized movement, there is going to be a lot of fucking issues with that. People that claim to be a part of it, like the Greater New York BLM chapter, which is not even an official chapter, that use the BLM fucking use the BLM organization or the BLM aesthetics to fucking be anti-vaxxers. Okay? They do that all the time. Does that mean BLM overall is like a bad movement? No, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we are now moving on to the second shitty Turk, Dr. Oz. Okay? I think Dr. Oz, Mehmet Öz, was actually he was actually like a real doctor at some point. I know my grandfather knows his dad. Pretty sure. And of course, I am openly Isn't John Fetterman running for Senate? Wait. Yeah, well, okay. Well, what I was going to say is, if you want to know who I'm in support for a fucking Senate seat in Pennsylvania, this is the man.
16. Clinking beer mugs.
Okay? This is the legend. This is the man. He's a neurosurgeon. Dude, why are there so many fucking weirdo neurosurgeons? I should have him on to fucking shit on Dr. Oz as a Turk. Hold on, let me...
VOD delete immediately.
Anyway, this guy's a neurosurgeon and Dr. Oz neurodivergent. No, John Fetterman is not a neurosurgeon. He used to be a heart surgeon and truly incredible one too. Okay. Okay. John Fetterman, honorary Turk. Okay. Honorary Turk, John Fetterman. He's not a hot chick. Why would you have him on? Because I like him. Okay, let's just fucking get back to Dr. Oz. So, Dr. Oz is a real doctor, or was a real doctor. His dad was a prominent doctor as well. And then he decided, you know, fuck this doctor shit. I'm just going to peddle fake cures on television and make a lot of money, which he did. And his fake cures were so fucking gnarly that it got the Senate to investigate him. It got Congress to investigate him. Okay? So that's the guy that we're talking about.
My parents came to America to find a better life, and they did. I attended great universities, raised a family, and became a successful surgeon. I invented a heart valve that saves thousands of lives. Then I started a TV show to advocate for you taking control of your health, and took on the medical establishment to argue against costly drugs and skyrocketing medical bills. But COVID has shown us that our system is broken. We lost too many lives, too many jobs, and too many opportunities because Washington got it wrong. They took away our freedom without making us safer and tried to kill our spirit and our dignity. As a heart surgeon, I know how precious life is. Pennsylvania needs a conservative who will put America first. One who can...
Dude, that's so funny, Dad! Shut the fuck up, bitch! Oh! He's such a fucking clown, dude. He's not gonna win, dude. Are you kidding me? He's gonna win? Get the fuck out of here. He's gonna win. No shot.
Can reignite our divine spark, bravely fight for freedom, and tell it like it is. That's why I'm running for Senate. I'm Dr. Oz.
Hello, everybody.
This message.
What the fuck is this? I mean, here, we'll just do the John Oliver video on it, okay? As a Pennsylvanian, I know these fucking nut jobs out here will vote for him. Hristiyan mı olmuş abi? Bilmiyorum herhalde. Bro, he sucks. If he no shot, dude. No shot. No fucking shot. That would be... Actually, what am I saying? We live in the worst timeline. Of course he's gonna win. What the fuck am I saying? Okay, now you want to know what a fucking real... You want to know what a fucking real man looks like, okay? Real manly man, okay? Running for Pennsylvania Senate. That man's name is John Fetterman. Hold on one second. Let me see. Does he have a Senate campaign ad or something? Maybe. He's got to have something. Oh, here it is.
There's a lot of great towns in Pennsylvania that
I love this ad, dude. I fucking love this ad. Okay, watch.
living there feel like their best days were a generation ago or more. No one deserves to be abandoned. These communities deserve to be helped.
You are the mayor of Braddock, Pennsylvania, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Real estate prices have dropped 50%.
Correct.
The population has fallen from 20,000 to 3,000. You're encouraging people to move there, okay? All right, so I'm sold. But for people who don't get it, sell us on Braddock.
I came to Braddock, 20 years ago because I wanted to work and fight against the inequality that I saw raging in this country. Braddock was a marginalized, wholly abandoned community. But that's exactly where I wanted to spend my career.
Fetterman wears Braddock on his sleeves, the zip code tattooed on one arm, the dates of murders on the other.
The things that I learned, in Braddock is that every place matters. No place deserves to be written off. These places across Pennsylvania feel left behind. They don't feel part of the conversation. That's why Donald Trump went to these small counties and held these big rallies. We cannot afford to take any vote for granted. We cannot afford to take any place for granted. Whether we're in a place like Braddock or a place like Emporium in Cameron County, the smallest county in Pennsylvania. Talk is cheap, but for the last 20 years, I've been working to represent, rebuild, and to advance in these places.
As the community marks an important 5-year milestone, people are really starting to have hope.
Tomorrow will represent the 5th anniversary without a homicide in town.
U.S. Steel plans to invest $1 billion in its Mon Valley works and make them the most environmentally friendly in America.
History was made in the Democratic primary for lieutenant governor.
John Fetterman won the 5-way race among Democrats.
He's a different kind of character, I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, that Western Pennsylvania registered Democrat, but voted for Trump. Fetterman can get a lot of those votes.
We don't have to agree on everything, but I will always tell you what I believe is the truth. I'm going to fight not for one part of Pennsylvania, not for one party of Pennsylvania, but for one Pennsylvania, just the way I did as mayor, just the way I'm doing as lieutenant governor, and just the way I would as your next U.S. senator.
I love him so much. Okay, he is literally, what is this? Pennsylvania's dapper lieutenant governor in his gay flag battle. So, my man he's pro legalization of marijuana, LGBTQ rights ally. He is literally the perfect, like, this man right here is what you build in a fucking lab, okay? Pretty much build in a goddamn lab to create a person that's going to be someone who can unite the white working class, which is because of reactionary politics and because of red herring, racial agitprop that the Republican Party has used for a very long time. This is a person who can unite the working class 100%. He's awesome. I love him. He's also a big boy, as Chatter pointed out, and Americans love big boys. 6'8". Just be aware of the reactionary left arguments against Fetterman regarding a shocking incident that conveniently forgets to happen next to an elementary school a month after Sandy Hook. National Conservative Watchdog Group has filed a complaint with the State Inspector General over Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman's flags. Just on size alone, he would walk to the presidency. He's 6'8".
Eight months. Let's go. Love you, Hasan and chat. This community is golden. Hasan,
John Fetterman addresses a 2013 incident in which he pulled a gun on a man who turned out to be an unarmed black jogger. Fetterman has long said he didn't know the man was black. The incident was thrust back into the spotlight by his announcement that he's running for the U.S. Senate. Defended his actions in pursuing a man in 2013 and pulling a shotgun on him because he believed the man turned out to be an unarmed black jogger who had been involved in a shooting. While Fetterman has long said he didn't know the man's race, the incident thrust back in the spotlight. Fetterman was the mayor of Braddock when he said he heard gunshots not far from his home, then saw someone running from the area. He said he called the police, pursued the man, and said in a TV interview at the time that he confronted him with a gun to stop him from fleeing before the police arrived. An officer who responded to the reports of gunfire searched the man, found he was unarmed. The incident drew relatively little attention in 2016, and Fetterman lost his first Senate run in the Democratic primary, but it has lingered in the years since, with a news report about it by Pittsburgh's ABC affiliate circulating social media and in political circles among Fetterman's critics.
Love to see it.
Now, in the wake of the announcement and amid a reckoning over systemic racism, his critics are pushing the incident into the spotlight. Retiring Republican Senator Pat Toomey's campaign released a statement Monday noting it, while on the left, some progressives have whispered about the potential political liability for Fetterman. Everyone can suck my cock, okay? Every single person that is going to use it against them can suck my fucking cock. He's not a racist person at all, okay? Not. The man also said he supports Fetterman running for Senate and he is going to vote for him. Okay? Anytime. The black dude who he pulled a gun on literally fucking endorsed them. Anytime there is a progressive threat to establishment Democrats, they will find anything and everything to fucking rip them apart, okay? Anytime and every fucking time, dude.
Over the coming weeks, we'll be talking with some political figures who, by any measure, stand out in the crowd. To begin, Sunday morning contributor Mark Whitaker catches up with Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman.
You've described yourself as Governor Wolf's anger translator.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, just look at me. the contrast between myself and the governor is almost comical, when we're standing next to each other.
At 6'8", John Fetterman, the Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, looms tall, both in person and in politics.
The Senate will now come to order.
Dude, look at that.
President
oh my God, with the gator, he just looks straight villainous, dude. What the fuck? I'm dying. The liberals in K-Hop want a young black progressive Malcolm Kenyatta who worked in the Chamber of Commerce of the state, plus Fetterman and polls have him literally shitting on all of them. Yes. So John Fetterman is like Pennsylvania fucking through and through, okay? This dude literally fights for his people. Like he will, and physically too, okay? He is incredible. I love him. I think he's awesome. I think his heart is in the right place. People will say like, oh, well, he has like, Trump leanings or whatever, or he's bad on fracking or whatever the fuck. Okay. Look, Western Pennsylvania is frack country. Okay. That's just what it is. Doesn't matter. Ultimately, that is a policy issue that you have to solve with better advocacy for the Green New Deal and a better way to describe it. Okay. He can also, most importantly, fulfill my gauntlet fantasy. Okay. He could beat the fuck out of every other congressperson. He could literally fucking eat them, dude. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Think about it. Joe Manchin. He and his wife are also very active in community organizing and events. He's well loved and respected by his constituents in PA. He also polls well with blue-collar Central PA voters, many who went Trump with his no BS attitude. Yup. Yeah. The main points against him that liberals will probably use are the shotgun incident and also that he's like pro-fracking. This man could use Josh Hawley like a dildo, okay? He could take Josh Hawley and shove Josh Hawley's entire body into Joe Manchin. Just imagine that. You could just like walk over as a brooding presence on top of Tom Cotton and just be like, what's up? Hey. I'm just saying, he's fucking dope in every way, okay? Pro-fracking is absolute cringe though. Pro-fracking is cringe, but he's also in fucking Western PA.
Arjan 15 months. Yes, father. Speak the truth.
I mean, not just Western PA, except for Philadelphia, everyone loves fracking in Pennsylvania. Yes, it is it's the industry. If your entire manufacturing moved overseas, all of your fucking factories closed down, your unions were fucking gutted, okay? And then you had nothing for decades. And then all of a sudden, you had something. You had an opportunity to make fucking 90 grand a year as a starting salary. You're going to fucking fight for that. I've said this a million times, okay? The only thing there is that, like, because people always talk about, like, retraining doesn't work. It's like, motherfucker, retraining does work. It's just money, okay? Money. If there's money behind it, people will fucking train themselves to make that money. Also, he's an advocate for the Green New Deal, so everybody shut the fuck up. From fracking. Doesn't matter.
John Fetterman is a mutual of mine.
Here's an attack ad on him from 2018. Back in 2018, Scott Wagner put these exact billboards all over PA. People just pointed out they're back. I put it up on my Twitter briefly to troll memoriam anniversary to the Wagner campaign and all of its other unfiltered absurdity. Tom Wolfe, John Fetterman, a more socialist PA. Yes, retraining, empirical evidence suggests that retraining programs don't actually work. However, that completely fucking avoids the reality of the forgotten people that literally fucking don't have a job and then actually train themselves for the first time to be able to get a fucking well-paid job. It's not like people have a bone in their fucking brains that makes it so that they genetically have to frack. No, it's just that that is how they make their money. Just like people see honor in coal mining because that's just what their families have done for many fucking generations. Okay, it's a tough job. Somebody's got to do it. We're the ones who are going to do it. And that's all we fucking know. And that's precisely why they're coal people. But if you go to the Appalachians, okay, the Appalachian mountainside, and you fucking say, hey, guess what? We actually built a factory down the fucking road. You're going to make $100,000 because the government is now subsidizing, the government is now subsidizing solar panel production, or the government is now subsidizing fucking wind turbine production. All those fucking Appalachian dudes are literally going to be like, that's right, baby. I'm solar all the way. That's it. And the only reason why they would fucking say that is because now that's how they make their money off of. That's their job. A man's job is one of his most important fucking ways to survive. It's literally their entire life. It's how they put food on the fucking table. It's how they put a roof over their heads. Okay? That's why these people fucking defend fracking. Not because they love sucking the juice out of the fucking earth, or because they personally love fracking because, they just want to destroy the planet or destroy their own water supply. They love it because they make $100,000 a year in like 2 years, okay? It's good income for an area where they have not made any money for fucking 10, 20 years as a consequence of manufacturing jobs shipping overseas. Mark's never considered a 6'8", 400-pound giant from Western PA. That's not even true. Mark's literally fucking loved Abraham Lincoln, who was also tall, wasn't he? $100K, so they will not make enough to last for generations. No, but it's a good fucking income is the point. This guy's just Randy Bryce 2.0. No Trumper's going to flock to him because he tells it like it is, lol. Nice. Dude, you're a fucking dumbass. This man has had significantly better polling than Randy Bryce. What the fuck are you Randy Bryce? What are you talking about? Comparing him to Randy Bryce is so stupid. He is demonstrably successful in Pennsylvania politics. God damn, liberals are so fucking cancerous, dude. I hate the brain disease you have as a neoliberal. The one guy, liberals love talking about how are we going to appeal to fucking Republicans? How are we going to appeal to Republicans? You have a guy who looks, sounds, and appeals to fucking blue-collar Republican voters that turned over to Trump. And you're literally like, no one is going to vote for this man. He's not going to appeal to it. Why can't you just be open-minded for once, dude? He's one of the most progressive fucking senators if he wins. Straight up. Like, I want to fucking clone him and put him in every goddamn state. I want to put like 3 of him in West Virginia. Are you a lib? Fuck no. You shipped your jobs overseas because your stupid ass unions from the 1970s fucked it all up. Loser, learn about your history. Yeah, unions famously pushed for manufacturing jobs to be shipped overseas. And it certainly wasn't the bosses that made that decision. That's a really good take, man. Actually, incredible take, Roblox 4525. And then he said, learn about your history. If you keep increasing wages, eventually wages become unaffordable. Shocking fucking concept. Yeah, fun fact, actually. None of the social democracies in the Western world, actually have any jobs. Norway, joblessness. Everyone. Her name is Roblox, bro. Why are there so many chuds in here? Is right-wing streams that bad? Yes, of course, dude. That's why I always say, bro, that's why I always fucking say I would kill it as a Republican, okay? If I can make the most woke, scoldy, most joy-killing fucking brand of politics into an enjoyable experience, do you really think I couldn't fucking hog it up and just be the most entertaining fucking Republican broadcaster if I was truly a grifter? Instead of fucking busting my ass with like literally just straight up the worst audience, okay? The worst. Leftist audiences, unfortunately, are the worst. We hate each other in the chat. Non-fucking stop. We're like constantly bickering. Because like my seasoning of progress is actually better than your seasoning of progress. If I can make that shit work, dude, I could make fucking, oh my God. I'd be literally the greatest Republican commentator America's ever seen. People would be fucking putting statues of me like fucking William Buckley who. Why do you shit on anarchists daily then? I literally just explained why. Anyway,
to argue with others who I largely agree with.
That's what being a fucking leftist is about. If anarchists don't want to be shit on, they should consider not being cringe. Yeah, exactly. See, Weeby's a Marxist-Leninist. I rarely ever shit on him. Why? Because he's a good chatter. Okay.
Get ya done.
African Panda, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Being a leftist is all about fucking yelling at other leftists who are like a little bit marginally less left or more left than you, while constantly fucking claiming that your own version of politics is the best possible and most moral system that has ever existed. And also seeing the ads at the top of the hour, because at the top of the hour there's a 60-second ad break. Now, being a leftist is also about avoiding those ads. Because African Panda gifted 5 subs, so 5 people will no longer see the ads. That's one way to avoid them. Another way to avoid those ads is by subscribing yourself personally for $5, or subscribing for free with a Twitch Prime if you have one. You know, and this way you will no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You'll have an ad-free broadcasting experience. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Let's keep going with John Fetterman.
Thanks for the radicalization.
You know, the president can sue a ham sandwich. He can send 1,000 lawyers to Pennsylvania.
The 51-year-old Democrat gained national attention.
Lieutenant Governor Stone Cold is absolutely right.
For his brash and cutting defense of Pennsylvania's vote against false claims of fraud.
All they have is lies.
Thank you, Cult of Pizza, for the 5 gifted subs. I just hope he doesn't become like a fucking cringe lib. That's my only fear. My only fear is that like when these guys get a little bit of fucking mainstream success, they kind of like become way less radical, okay? And I just don't. I'm so scared. Like, I just don't want him to be like fucking Rokana, okay? That's what I'm afraid of.
They've had over 3 weeks now to come up with anything concrete.
Especially on Twitter, where he's even more outspoken.
You know, getting on Twitter every morning is like starting the day with a dog turd and motor oil smoothie. It's
No, he would never be like Kristen Sinema. That's bullshit. People saying he'll be like KS is fucking insane. No, Kirsten Sinema is like literally just like I was more worried that like he would be an even more liberal or like right up there with like AOC and less radical, because right now he definitely is I would say fairly radical with his politics and with what he has done.
It's horrible. You gotta form that phalanx and push back against that. And I do that in a way that mixes kind of humor and mockery with cold hard facts.
One cold hard fact is that John Fetterman is a blunt-talking, self-described progressive intent on also breaking through with swing voters in the Rust Belt. His pet issues include a higher minimum wage.
If you believe that a human being should toil for $7.25 an hour, vote for the other person.
And legal marijuana, which he says is a winner for either party.
You called it a political bazooka.
Yeah, they're arguing over these small wedge issues when they're leaving the bazooka of legal weed, you know, they're on the table for the other side to grab. Like South Dakota, arguably the most conservative state in our country, voted for legal weed straight up and down on the ballot.
In a state that has, you know.
Look at this fit, bro. How do you not love this man, dude? Didn't he also like this is his like factory that he lives in, right? Doesn't he live in like literally straight up a fucking factory or some shit? I love him so much, dude. Small calves, I don't know. Bitch, he's 6'8". Shut the fuck up. It's hard for us big boys to have like fucking giant legs.
A severe opioid problem. Why you're talking about legalizing another drug?
Because it's not a drug, it's a plant. It's a gateway to finding a completely natural alternative to the kind of relief that had brought so many people into this toxic spiral with opioids in the first place.
Fetterman was previously the 13-year mayor of
Is
Braddock,
a former used car lot. Smile X1, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Pennsylvania, a once thriving steel industry town devastated by decades of poverty, blight, and crime.
Stained glass was placed into a church and window here in Braddock as opposed to taken out. A street.
10 years ago, Jeff Glor reported for Sunday Morning on the efforts of this Harvard grad and former AmeriCorps volunteer to revitalize this largely African-American community.
The 40-year-old Fetterman wears Braddock's past literally on his sleeves. The zip code tattooed on one arm, the dates of murders on the other.
The worst days of my life, because these are days that we lost people through senseless violence.
Today, Braddock isn't perfect, but there are real signs of progress and hope. But as Fetterman showed us on a drive,
bro, he drives the Jeep with the doors off, dude.
Over there to the right, that's the Kerry Furnace site. It has been fallow since 1986.
Other parts of Pennsylvania's Rust Belt remain decimated.
It literally looks like an extinct mechanical dinosaur.
It is, but it's really...
The white working class...
Look at this, look at this. Didn't he chase down some black people just walking around back in the day in PA? Yeah, dude, that's what happened. We just addressed this, dude. Look at this guy. Look at this. Oh my God, fucking libtards. Stop being brain diseased for like a singular moment. Most of the chat is pretty good, man. You're just sniping the fuckheads? Yeah, I am. I literally am sniping the fuckheads. The guy who he fucking chased because there was a shooting that happened. The guy who he chased and did not like shoot or anything, but stopped, which apparently is something you can do. But the guy who he chased is literally endorsing him. So what do you want?
13 months in and still no communism.
The guy who he chased is endorsing him. Do you have a problem?
Class voters still here are no longer reliable Democrats.
A majority of voters in the Mon Valley, in this region, are still Democratic, and yet they've been voting Republican and heavily pro-Trump. So why?
We need someone that's going to be doing that talking, that's going to understand that, you know, we all can't work for Google. We all can't, you know, learn how to code when, you know, we're 50 years old.
Right.
Nationally, the Democratic Party base has become more racially diverse, educated, wealthy, and urban.
Do you think Democrats in the last couple of generations have forgotten about working people?
I don't think we've forgotten about them, but I don't think they're the center, you know, the way they should be.
Speaking in the shadow of a U.S. steel plant, Fetterman describes the cost of not putting working people first.
And if we turn our backs on the remaining industries and not reinvest in these places and just say you're on your own, we will lose an entire generation of people that
John Fetterman in Pittsburgh,
have no other options other than to turn to somebody like Donald Trump and say, you know, wow, well, he at least gets me, he at least cares, he at least pays lip service.
Which is one reason why Fetterman and his family still live in Braddock, in this renovated 1920s Chevy dealership.
Love you, cute.
Clothes, shoes, books.
Right, always formula and diapers. That's a big item for our family.
His wife Giselle runs a charity known simply as the Free Store.
We can look for some books together. What kind of books do you like to read?
The Second Lady of Pennsylvania was born in Brazil and came to the United States poor and undocumented.
And he has a hot wife that does mutual aid. He's the perfect person. I'm just saying, okay? He's perfect.
Documented.
What?
Scared of every knock at my door that I wasn't expecting someone because I was worried about being deported. Yeah, you know, when I would leave for school in the morning, my mom would say, "I love you, have a great day, be invisible."
This motherfucker is a winner, bro, in every way, okay?
Invisible no longer. Last October, she captured this verbal assault while out shopping. Her struggles, and those of other immigrants, can nearly bring the imposing John Fetterman to tears.
We as a country have to be better than this kind of anti-immigration
I
rhetoric.
subbed for 2 months and all I got was depression.
Have to be better than that as a country. My life has been immeasurably enriched by my wife and her family and her immigration story.
John Fetterman is now exploring a run for the Senate in 2022. And he has a new distinction to add to his resume.
GQ magazine described you as an American style guy.
No, American taste god.
Taste
yes,
god, sorry. Yeah.
Which I guess is ironic because I have no taste, but I just am what I am. The fact that somebody that looks as unfortunate as I do sometimes would be an American taste god by the Bible of American taste, you know, I didn't see that coming. You know, talk about your 2020 bingo card, yeah.
A G. Okay, a G in every fucking way, dude. He's dope. So I am, of course, terrified of what like the liberal Democrats will do. I'll try to get him on the stream. I just DM'd him, but I thought he followed me back, but I guess not. But yeah, no, I'd love to have him on the stream. Now, now Dr. Oz is running against him. Okay. And that's the reason why we started this conversation to begin with. And for the record, this is just too perfect of our Trumpian moment. Dr. Oz began voting in Pennsylvania's elections this year by absentee ballot, registered to his in-laws' address in suburban Philadelphia. In any case, Oz could be a part of an influx of Republican candidates who, until recently at least, did not live in Pennsylvania, but perhaps more importantly, are rich. Okay?
Thanks.
Amazingly, the word Pennsylvania appears nowhere in this column from Dr. Oz about why he's running to be the next senator from Pennsylvania. Announces in the Examiner, uses chain bridge bank. Dr. Oz may be a political novice, but his campaign isn't. So Dr. Oz is hitting every fucking Republican, avenue he can to launch a fucking Senate run. If Dr. Oz beats Fetterman, I'm unironically learning Mandarin. Yeah, I mean,
Loved seeing you in Brazil.
do you think having on the broadcast will hurt his chances more than help? I can see Tucker Carlson's segment already. What the fuck are you talking about? Why would it? No, it wouldn't. That's a ridiculous fucking take. And plenty of progressive people reach out to literally be on this fucking broadcast. It's insane. That would unironically be good. Yeah, remember when AOC was canceled for being on here multiple times? That was crazy when that happened. Pepela totally wouldn't hurt. No, the only people that think that it would look bad from an optics point of view are liberals, okay?
And spreading the word.
If you're a leftist, coming on this broadcast will only help you. Here's what Lib Dems are saying. If you want a senator who runs as a socialist, feeds the GOP attack ads, didn't help with infrastructure, I'm not your guy. That's how you beat the Republicans. I know because I've actually done it and will again. I'm a normal Democrat who supports jobs and wins elections. Unlike anyone else in this race, I've won 3 races against Trump and his candidates in GOP districts. Unlike anyone else in this race, I've been vetted and tested, and you know what you get with me. Just a piece of shit. That's what you get with fucking Connor Lamb. You deserve to get fucked if you fucking vote for Connor Lamb, okay? Straight up. Anyone who gives a shit about you is people who are hardcore Fox viewers who was never going to vote for him anyway. Yes. And also, someone coming on my broadcast and getting fucking roundly criticized by Fox News only galvanizes and improves their fucking standing within liberal ranks. Because when Fox News shits on you, your side is like, oh, this is a good guy because the other guys that suck are shitting on him. And also this guy, so maybe maybe I should be on board with this man. It reaches it gives you brand lift, it gives you legitimacy, and it basically fucking turns you into a known entity rather than an unknown one. If it's actually New York Times and CNN roundly fucking criticizing him, though, that's entirely different. That's when you get fucked. Fox News shat on you and libs still hate you. I don't think liberals hate me. I think a lot of extremely online liberals who fancy themselves to be neoliberals, they hate me. But liberals don't hate me. Liberals don't know about me other than like, oh, he's like a leftist guy who's progressive and hot. Go talk to like normal people and you'll see. Liberals don't fucking hate me. The only liberals who hate me are like incredibly fucking online weirdos. Why would liberals... It's like dudes with fucking globe emojis in their fucking profiles. They hate me. They're like, and they're basically right wing, but they're just gay and trans right wingers. Okay, that's what neoliberals are for the most part. That's what globe Twitter is. If you want to be a pro trans right winger, then you're a globe Twitter guy. Dr. Oz went to Penn and didn't mention it, marking the first time in history an Ivy League grad declined an opportunity to mention what school they went to. This guy just said, K-Hive hates you. K-Hive is the perfect example of exactly what I'm talking about, dude. They like Kamala Harris, the least popular politician in America. They are straight up delusional, dude. Are you serious? K-Hive is like 20 extremely online psychos. They're as online as like deranged fucking 4chan incels, but instead they're like, old moms that are lifelong Democratic Party voters who say shit like, I love Ronald Reagan. This is what downtown San Francisco looks like right now. A thread. San Francisco is probably the most fucked up city I've ever been to on earth. The sheer volume of open human misery proportional to how many of you there are is nuts. People just dying outside in front of you more than anywhere I've gone in America, but this shit is too much. You see in San Francisco you see people in San Francisco who pay $7,000 to live in a dorm room, perfectly train their eyes to not make eye contact with 20 people writing in agony on there to get their bullshit bowl meal. Why can't they just tune this out too? If I can't look into the Aldo storefront in between slurp meals and bowl meals, I will take this entire bottle of Perks. You see, Felix, what you are failing to recognize here, my friend, is that this is the fun. This is, you know, being able to go into the Zara and like purchase another fucking fast fashion accessory to forget about how shitty and meaningless your existence is as you live in a fucking dormitory that you pay way too much for and eat your fucking Soylent meal replacements in between your fucking Sigma grind set afternoon. This is the fun that you have, okay? This actually impacts your fun. Commodity consumption. That's the only thing we can do, okay? In a recent poll, 30% of Democrats had Fetterman as first pick, 16 with Connor Lamb, 30 undecided, and fucking 6% for the K-Hive star. Are they mad the stores are closed? The stores are not closed. The store fronts are basically changing so that people can't fucking break in with like hammers and shit and steal stuff. Wow, you really gatekeeping buying purse now? You mean purses? No. Grimes liked your tweet. You did it? What do you mean? I'm literally communicating with her to figure out when the best possible time is for her to come on the show. We've moved beyond her liking my tweets. She's not around like this month, but next month I'm going to have her on. You were not going to see Dr. John... Dr. Oz John Oliver? Yeah, let's watch. Now that... Casually saying that? What? What do you mean? Next month, December or January? Most likely January. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, congratulations, Lindor Truffles, who just found out that they're a licensed nurse. Good job. That's awesome. So how can you casually name drop like that? I mean, I don't know. Listen. Before we get into this, you're so predictable. You got called out on your pausing in a video. Yes, of course I paused. So here's the thing. Actually, I have nothing. I have nothing to add. Oh, the reason why I'm showing you this, and the reason why I talked about John Fetterman as I like sucked him off for the past hour, is because I think he's a good politician. He's a rare good politician. Okay, there's not many of them out there. He's one of them. Okay, and I love that, and I respect that. He fights for his people. I think he will fight for workers in Pennsylvania. And his overall presence is a net benefit. Okay? Now, one of the people that he's running against is Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz is Turkish. I, as a Turkish man, who is also a Turkish American, whose grandfather knows Dr. Oz's dad, apparently, according to Dogan. Okay? Should want Dr. Oz to win a race. You know, that's the pride and joy of Turks, right? Holy fuck. Except he fucking sucks. He's a grifter, and we're going to find out more about why he's exactly a fucking grifter. Okay? I mean, dude. My father's name is Mehmet. That's literally Dr. Oz's first name. Like, I have so many reasons to want to like Dr. Oz. He's Turkish. He's the same name as my dad. He's a prominent Turkish American who has, you know, brought great fucking joy and pride to Turks all around the world, you know. Except he's a scammer. Okay? He's a fucking scammer. So much so that the American Congress had to take action against his fucking rampant scamming. Okay? So let's take a look at his background.
I would like to talk about...
I am not going to cover the school shooting in Michigan right now. Okay? I'm not going to cover it yet. The reason why I'm not going to cover it yet is because it's a breaking news story. I don't know enough to go on about a breaking news school shooting. Okay? Please stop. Please stop spamming to cover the fucking school shooting. Yes, another school shooting just dropped in Michigan. Okay? We're not going to cover. All right, his end thing is so cheesy. All right, let's move on from Dr. Oz, okay? Dr. Mehmet Öz, which we talked about already extensively, who is a scammer and running for a Senate seat in Pennsylvania as a conservative, and I hope he loses, to the second day of the Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking trial, folks. I am trying to get friend of the show, Brace Belden, a.k.a. Pispik Granddad, and the brilliant engine, the mind that runs the actual show, True Anon, Liz Franzik, on the show while they are currently out and about in New York City. Go back? What? As they're currently out and about in New York City. They are in trial every single day. What happened on the first day is opening statements were done. The prosecutor's side seemingly was a little weak, according to Liz. And that the defense side, Bobby, is like a real big city lawyer and very charismatic. The defense for Ghislaine's team is running on the whole, they're apparently running the whole, like, Ghislaine was unaware of all of the sexual misconduct that was going on behind the scenes. And even if they were aware of it, it technically wasn't illegal. Apparently there's going to be a lot of age of consent law conversations that will occur. Nobody's covering this, but Maxwell's defense attorney is trying to dox the identity of Jane Doe. She named Jane Doe's sister's real name, and the attorney had to object. It's disgusting. Yeah. So that is where we're at. Such an unfortunate name for the scenario. Yes, James Comey's daughter is the prosecutor. James Comey's daughter is the prosecutor, but also one thing that is really interesting about the James Comey daughter prosecutor situation, because, and we have to talk about the fucking Jeffrey Epstein suicide thing one more time, because the New York Times wrote an article about it recently leading up to this fucking trial about how, you know, Jeffrey Epstein did definitely kill himself. And that is leading to a lot of people thinking that Jeffrey Epstein actually did kill himself when that is not the truth. Okay, straight the fuck up. But anyway, Maureen Comey is James Comey's daughter and is the lead prosecutor in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. I do not care. All of you 10% Andys in here are pathetic, worthless, and your opinion does not matter. Okay? I'm not polling it again, okay? We already know. We already know what the fucking percentage is. But from what I understand, and I don't know if this is true or not, but Is Jim Comey's daughter part of? Is this fake news? I need to ask chat, which is a terrible group of people to ask, but I saw somewhere that Jim Comey's daughter, the lead prosecutor, is also the person who flubbed on the Jeffrey Epstein case and lost the original footage or something of Jeffrey Epstein supposedly attempting his own life and his own making an attempt at his own life the first time around. You don't think Epstein killed himself? Why? There is literally 0% chance that a person who is tied to some of the most powerful people on the fucking planet killed themselves in that circumstance where... What are you talking about? The New York Times article doesn't definitively say Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. The New York Times article is literally the reason why people are saying Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. New release records show the disgraced financier living a mundane existence in jail before his suicide, literally in the fucking title, in the subtitle, while also spinning deceptions until the very end. The subtitle dictates that not only did he kill himself, but he also wanted to throw everybody in a loop while killing himself. Not only does the article suggest that he killed himself, you sound like a QAnon conspirator. Shut up, Nathaniel Poggers.
Slot.
Yeah. Guards and other prisoners that are supposed... I mean, the article itself straight up actually shows how fucking psychotic it is. Like, if you read the entire article and you go through it, you're like, the fuck? How are you going to tell me at the end of this article where you're describing all the ways in which, like, things went wrong, oopsie, that he actually killed himself? Like, the article literally describes every insane thing that had to happen for Jeffrey Epstein to that would make it impossible for him to kill himself. And then in the end is just like, yeah, but he killed himself. That's it. It's really how far to the right conspiracy theories have traveled since I grew up paying attention to them. Yeah, the problem is you do realize, like, this is one of the main chud talking points. It leads straight into Pizzagate and QAnon shit. I would kill myself if I was in his position. It's over. What? This is one of the main chud talking points? No, it's not. What the fuck are you talking about? How would Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself lead people into believing in Pizzagate when Pizzagate was like 5 years prior to Jeffrey Epstein getting murdered and then everybody saying he killed himself? And QAnon too.
Boy.
A guy who was functionally untouchable his entire life, and this is what we talked about yesterday. A guy who was untouchable his entire fucking life, who was friends with Bill Clinton, who took many trips on the Lolita Express, okay? Who was a prolific underage sex trafficker, who was friends with billionaires, millionaires, the wealthy, and incredibly powerful people, whose prior prosecution literally fucking gave him a sweetheart plea bargain because they said that there were people in DC that said that, you know, you need to back off from this guy who may or may not have had, intelligence connections. That fucking guy is all of a sudden feeling really sad after a lifetime of, international sex trafficking of minors and getting slaps on the fucking wrist for it, and then still being able to rub shoulders with like Bill Gates and every other fucking prominent billionaire, millionaire, and Harvard professor. That guy was like, oh man, it's over now. I'm for sure going to jail now. It's totally over, dude. No, I don't think Jeffrey Epstein thought that he was going to fucking... I don't think Jeffrey Epstein thought that he was going to get got. There's a difference between conspiracy, like conspiracy to commit murder, and a conspiracy theory. But unfortunately, because of insane conspiracy theorists, many people, including those in this chat, immediately are terrified of being labeled a conspiracy theorist, so they refuse to fucking recognize that there are situations in which there is certainly larger actors at play. It doesn't mean that there is like a deep state pedophile vampire conspiracy, but it sure does seem like a blackmail operation, a sex trafficking blackmail operation. Anyway. Is there
What's crazy is if you change the
you literally
title of the
believe conspiracy
article,
theories about a
kept all the
suicide and
content,
you peddle it to your
would basically
platform?
be
Don't
an
peddle
argument
conspiracy
that
theories to your
didn't
audience, man.
himself
Stop peddling
say bye.
conspiracy theories to your fan base. What is going on? What is
Almost
happening?
1 year of hate watching hassle at HasanAbi.
I think what's happening right now in the chat is that like I'm starting to recognize that, you know, the 10%, the vocal minority in my chat are people who are literally like fucking long-term community members that are really desperate for my attention. Like it's fucking nuts. But the 13% or the 10% of the fucking chat that is like talking about how you know, having a ridiculous take on the matter are often those that are the loudest. The problem with fucking conspiracy theories like QAnon and conspiracy theories like Alex Jones and conspiracy theories like fucking Pizzagate is that those are psychotic, but because of how psychotic those theories are, anything and everything that is beyond the mainstream narrative is like, oh, that's crazy. Stop. That's crazy, dude. No way. No fucking way, dude. Oh, you sound like a conspiracy theorist. I think your stance is so strong on this because you listen to TrueAnon.
As Chud.
Or maybe even before TrueAnon even existed, or right as TrueAnon was starting, I fucking had Brace and Liz on, and I have also personally fucking covered this story extensively. So much so that I had a literal 7-hour fucking YouTube video uploaded, which blacklisted my channel. But yeah, TrueAnon does do a really good job with this coverage. So let's go through this article really quickly. Dude, if you send me this fucking Amon videos thing one more time about Jeffrey Epstein, I'm gonna video game myself, okay? I'm gonna video game myself in actuality instead of Jeffrey Epstein, unlike Jeffrey Epstein, who definitely did not video game himself, okay? Stop sending me like joking videos being like, this is what really happened to Jeffrey Epstein. This is not an opportunity to fucking watch a funny video, okay? Unless you have a good fucking documentary that conclusively shows Jeffrey Epstein did or did not kill himself, I don't want to fucking see it. Holy shit.
1 year, let's go hassle.
What's the percentage chance you'd give that he actually killed himself? 10. Max. 10%. Read the fucking room, dude. Anyway. The disgraced financier jailed in Manhattan on federal sex trafficking charges involving teenage girls was found unconscious on his floor of his cell one morning in July 2019. A strip of bedsheet tied around his bruised neck. Now remember, the bedsheet that they're referencing is paper thin. It's anti-suicide bed sheets. So, like, the entire purpose of that fucking bed sheet is so that it is actually not even 10%. I would go so far as to say 5% max. In the hours and days that followed that suicide attempt, Jeffrey Epstein would claim to be living a wonderful life, denying any thoughts of ending it, even as he sat on suicide watch and faced daunting legal troubles. I have no interest in killing myself, Mr. Epstein told a jailhouse psychologist, according to the Bureau of Prisons documents that have not been previously made public. He was a coward and did not like pain, he explained. I would not do that to myself. But 2 weeks later, he did just that. He died in his cell on August 10th in the Metropolitan Correctional Center, having hanged himself with a bed sheet, the medical examiner ruled. Okay? They put him on suicide watch and then took him off suicide watch. I need a reference on that. As someone who's been to jail before, I could have easily done it with the sheets I was given. The sheets you were given were probably regular sheets and not fucking paper sheets. There's like a there are literally fucking anti-suicide sheets that you can get. That's why your shoes also don't have fucking laces, because they don't want you to kill yourself or anyone else. Anyway. After a life of manipulation, Mr. Epstein created the illusion. Oh, but 2 weeks later, he did just that. Correctional center, having hanged himself with a bed sheet, the medical examiner ruled. Bullshit. After a life of manipulation, Mr. Epstein created illusions until the very end. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, totally. He was doing it for the fucking memes, dude. Yeah, that's why. Like, what kind of fucking psychotic argument is this, dude? It's like, yeah, he wanted to create an illusion in the very end and, like, make people believe that the top of the hour ad break wasn't here when it actually was. You know what I mean? But of course, when the top of the hour does come, and the ad break does come alongside it, 4 minutes late, there is a way to avoid those ad breaks. And there is a way to, have an ad-free broadcasting experience. And that is by subscribing. You can subscribe for $5. You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. Or you can wait for a fucking, gifter like Perky to Clip, who just gifted.
US, but my family is still in Turkey. I am looking to invest some money in Turkey because of the way dollar is going over there. Do you have any opinion on that? You think it's a good idea?
Dude, asking me that is the dumbest question. XNOX, thank you for allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads as well. I don't know anything about investing. Don't ask me investment questions. All right. Anyway, here's the 1 minute ad break. Now, as I was saying, the idea that, like, this dude would fucking kill himself and do it in a way where he was like, trying to get people to think that he wouldn't actually kill himself is so psychotic, especially considering the reality that, like, how the fuck did he know that the guards were going to not be paying attention, that the footage was not going to be available the very moment that he actually ended up killing himself during. How did he plan all of that, dude? Is that what he did? That's so insanely unlikely. And it fucking blows my mind. I did run the ad. It blows my fucking mind that people would think, like, oh no, that actually makes it. He's like, he was just mega minding his own, he was a masterminding his own suicide plan so that people could fucking say after him that he actually hadn't killed himself, that he was murdered. Mr. Epstein created illusions until the very end, deceiving correctional officers, counselors, and specially trained inmates assigned to monitor him around the clock, according to documents, among more than 2,000 pages of Federal Bureau of Prisons records obtained by the New York Times after filing a FOIA lawsuit. The detailed notes and reports compiled by those who interacted with Mr. Epstein during his 36 days of detention show how he repeatedly assured them he had much to live for, while also hinting that he was increasingly despondent. The clues prompted too little action by jail and bureau officials who made mistake after mistake leading up to Mr. Epstein's death, the records reveal. You know, that's a thing that people who want to commit suicide always famously say is, hey, I'm not trying to commit suicide, actually. Like, that's a thing that they famously say all the time. You know, when someone is definitely trying to commit suicide, they say, hey, by the way, I'm feeling pretty good and I'm not going to kill myself. Yeah, that's, you know, despite that, we're just going to keep going along with the narrative that he definitely did kill himself. Okay. Yeah. Beyond the legal and administrative matters, the collection of records provides the most intimate and detailed look at yet at Mr. Epstein's final days and offers something missing from public accounts: his voice. He passed many days closed in a conference room with his lawyers, avoiding the confines of his dank and dirty cell. Again, still getting a luxurious, as luxurious, maybe not as luxurious as his Florida prison stay, but still getting a fucking relatively better prison sentence circumstance than most other people that were in that Manhattan correctional facility. Okay? In conversations with psychologists and other inmates, he spoke of his interest in physics and mathematics and offered tidbits of investment advice. He reminisced about socializing with celebrities, even as he complained about the running toilet in his cell, the orange prison garb, his difficulty sleeping, his dehydration, and a numbness in his right arm. Can you guys send me the fucking way to bypass it, by the way, because it's not letting me scroll further than this. Oh, I did it. I bypassed it. We're good. Okay. Beyond the legal... the detailed notes and reports compiled by those who interacted with him say he had much to live for. He passed many days closed in a conference room with his lawyers in the confines of the dirty cell right arm. Inmate Epstein was also upset about wearing an orange jumpsuit and being treated like a bad guy when he did not do anything wrong in the prison. Custody and security concerns were addressed with inmate Epstein, including why he has to wear his orange jumpsuit due to his being housed in SHU. While in prison, Mr. Epstein met with psychologists to discuss his mindset. Okay? And where Mr. Epstein had once rubbed shoulders with politicians and scientists and Wall Street titans, now he was left to converse about the food in the 12-story detention center. Epstein wants to know who's the best cook on 11 North, one inmate wrote. The newly obtained records offer no support to the explosion of conspiracy theories that Mr. Epstein's death was not a suicide. Sure.
A person who tells people they are going to commit suicide are trying to get attention and may or may not do it. If a person truly wants to end it, they will not tell anyone. Robin Williams is a great example of this.
You... One gave a fucking anecdote, and what you're saying is not true. That's like literally not a fucking, no, that's not true. Anyway, listen. Okay. Let's keep going. Hasan, just stop. You are out of your element with this. Another 15-month subscriber that is now banned. Okay.
Yo.
I truly, genuinely, legitimately believe that a lot of these fucking long-term community subs are just in here. If they're in here for 15 months, I suspect that they've already been in here and heard me talk about this before. And now they're just fucking saying this for attention. I literally do not believe that person legitimately and genuinely feels this way and is doing this exclusively to derail away from the conversation and center it around themselves. I'm gonna be honest. Okay?
Healing.
Like, no shot. You ever do band reviews? Yes. Like, I feel like they agree with me, but just want to fucking troll and get like a brief moment of.
Everything
Some people
going to
only
see
sub
alright.
and don't watch much so they could hear for the first time. I don't agree. No shot. Anyway. Okay, let's keep going. Bureau of Prisons, we talked about this. An intake screening from erroneously described Mr. Epstein as a black male. Oh, here are some of the fucking insane things that happened in prison. One, they when they were doing an intake screening, they said he was a black male. They indicated that he had no prior sex offense convictions, even though he was a registered sex offender with 2008 convictions in Florida for solicitation of prostitution and procurement of minors to engage in prostitution. A few social phone calls he made were not recorded, logged, or monitored, records show, an apparent violation of jail policy. Okay? The night he killed himself, Mr. Epstein lied to jail officials and said he wanted to phone his mother, who was long dead. He instead called his girlfriend. Jail personnel left him alone in his cell that night, despite an explicit directive that he be assigned a cellmate. 2 days after the suicide, William Barr, then the U.S. Attorney General, said there were serious irregularities at the correctional center, but did not elaborate. And he later blamed a perfect storm of screw-ups. A 15-page psychological reconstruction of Mr. Epstein's death, compiled by Bureau officials 5 weeks later and never before made public, concluded that his identity appeared to be based on his wealth, power, and association with other high-profile individuals.
19 months.
Except he had already been in jail. He had been in fucking prison. Okay? He had already evaded the authorities once. And not only that, but he had also had the cushiest prison sentence in fucking Florida. But also on top of that, he was able to fucking continue living in the lap of luxury alongside all of these fucking socialites. So why would he fucking kill himself in this circumstance? This idea that he's like, oh yeah, he was just sad. He knew it was over, so he killed himself is so fucking stupid. The lack of significant interpersonal connections, a complete loss of his status in both the community and among associates, and the idea of potentially spending his life in prison, the postmortem continued, were likely factors contributing to Mr. Epstein's suicide. If this is, you can say this about everyone that is going to prison. This is literally the same for every single person that is going to prison. Okay? That is insane. So everyone that fucking dies in prison actually technically committed suicide because, you know, everyone feels this way when they're going to prison. This is how you feel when you're going to prison. Okay? That's what prison does. That's part of the fucking punitive measures. A guy who's like a sociopathic, rampant fucking a pedophile who has gotten away and evaded authorities as a consequence of his connections in the past is now all of a sudden feeling the squeeze. The Bureau of Prisons, in a statement, declined to comment on Mr. Epstein's detention, but said the safe, secure, and humane housing of inmates is BOP's highest priority. Sure. The Bureau said it had created a task force to address the mental health implications of housing inmates alone and was committed to improving its suicide prevention program, including continuing to train BOP staff on suicide prevention, risk assessment, and emergency responses. This fall, the Justice Department, citing poor conditions at the jail, also temporarily closed it, moving its prisoners to other facilities. Dude, half the fucking article is about how the New York Times obtained materials.
Why'd people happy?
Which had repeatedly, New York Times got Bureau of Prisons materials, which had repeatedly rejected its public records requests. As a part of the settlement, the agency agreed to turn over internal memos and emails, visitor logs, handwritten notes from inmates, and the psychological reconstruction of Mr. Epstein's death. Many of the documents were heavily redacted. Some were withheld entirely, including a number of records associated with the earlier suicide attempt. So the earlier suicide attempt has apparently video footage or something, but but it's just not there. No one can find it. No one knows where it is. At a hearing in April regarding the Times lawsuit, Judge Paul A. Engelmayer of the Federal District Court in Manhattan said he was struck by the audacity of the initial denial by the Bureau of Prisons to make the records available in a case that he described as a high-profile epic failure. Very suspicious. It certainly does raise a concern, the judge added, that the wagons are being circled. Also very suspicious. Anyway, they arrested the man at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey, which is a private jet airport in New Jersey. Okay?
Let me use the TTS
An indictment charged that Epstein, 66, had over many years recruited dozens of teenage girls and engaged in sex acts with them at his mansion in Manhattan and his estate in Palm Beach, Florida, paying them each hundreds of dollars in cash. I know, we did the, didn't we watch this actually? I thought we watched this. Anyway, keep going. He initially was placed in the Gen Pop, general inmate population, the least restrictive area, which is fucking crazy. In an internal email, Hugh Hurwitz, then the Bureau of Prisons acting director, later attributed this to an oversight. Dude, they don't put pedophiles in Gen Pop, even if they're fucking random pedophiles, okay? Not Jeffrey fucking Epstein. Do you understand? They literally do not put pedophiles in the United States prisons in general population. You want to know why? Because they get fucking murdered immediately, okay? The idea that they would first put him in general population is just like, yeah, we wanted him to get murdered. Sorry, that is not like a tiny oopsie, okay? The putting him down as a black man on accident when he very clearly isn't is maybe an oversight issue. But putting him in Gen Pop is not an oversight issue that is that tiny. That's not an accident. That's trying to get him fucking murdered. Apparently, the USMS did not indicate that he was a high-profile inmate, and staff were unaware that he was coming, so no plans had been established, he wrote. The most high-profile fucking inmate, perhaps in the history of fucking federal prisons in the United States of America. This man is a prolific pedophile sex trafficker who was friends with Bill Gates, and who the previous prosecutor in 2008 literally fucking dropped his case down to a light fucking little tap on the wrist when he was already fucking sex trafficking minors in Florida, okay? That's insane to me that they didn't fucking know. That evening, according to the post-mortem reconstruction of facilities assistant, found Mr. Epstein in his cell looking distraught, sad, and a little confused. When the assistant asked if he was okay, he said he was, but she was not convinced. He wrote, he seems dazed and withdrawn. I don't know, maybe because he's in fucking jail, okay? Maybe it's because he's in prison, who knows? She added, just to be on the safe side and prevent any suicidal thoughts, can someone from psychology come and talk with him? No one did at first. On Sunday, the center's warden, Lamine Ndiaye, properly identified Mr. Epstein as high profile and had him moved to the Special Housing Unit, or SHU, on the 9th floor out of concerns for his personal safety in Gen Pop. But it was not until 9:30 a.m. That Monday that Mr. Epstein was taken for an initial psych eval, as had been suggested when he had arrived.
14 months, Pog.
Okay. Conspiracy Carlos. That afternoon, Mr. Epstein was set to make his first court appearance. Anticipating that he would be denied bail, the jail's chief psychologist recommended that he be evaluated for suicide risk upon his return. Before we continue, there's something I gotta say. Epstein's suicide is the same as saying Snowden is a terrorist. Before we continue with the story, one thing that I've noticed is that there are a lot of people that just like don't really consume the news and then develop their own point of view, but just basically go along with whatever fucking narrative that they read last. And that probably includes like repeating talking points from me as well, right? And what I am beginning to realize is that like you're just you know, you have a zero shred of skepticism. Chat, there's like 5K unban requests. Y'all aren't getting unbanned until next year. I'm just going to say that. Oh, yeah. By the way, if you think this is a good opportunity to fuck around and just like troll around and whatever, I'm going to let you know, like, you're probably never going to get unbanned. Yeah, there are literally 5,000 unbanned requests. The Epstein self-defense deniers are the same liberals that deny any CIA involvement in coups around the world because there's no evidence until 50 years passes and CIA says they did the thing. Yeah. Until the CIA fucking comes around and declassifies it. Okay. Inmate Epstein will likely be receiving bad news in court today and has multiple risk factors for suicidality as identified by BOP statistics, the psychologist wrote. Let's be proactive. By the time Mr. Epstein returned, it was after normal business hours and he was moved to the psychological observation, a less restrictive status than suicide watch, in which so-called inmate companions took shifts to monitor him in his cell and chronicled his actions every 15 minutes. Mr. Epstein spent his nights pacing his cell, sleeping fitfully, and talking with other inmates, according to handwritten notes taken by those observing him. Often the entries were mundane. Epstein is drinking water at the sink, but some were more evocative, suggesting at once his grim predicament and his unrealistic expectations. He's sitting on the edge of the bed with his head in the palm of his hands. Like, who the fuck would like literally go to fucking jail as one of the world's most prolific fucking pedophiles and be like, this is sick? Jeffrey Epstein's 2019 suicide left many unanswered questions about his life in jail. We obtained 200 pages. Here it is. I'm a coward. I have my paper soon here. In conversations with his minders, Mr. Epstein seemed to stick to subjects that would convey the impression he was approachable, yet well-connected and successful. He was fucking, you know, doing his thing in prison. Epstein and I are talking about the escort business, an inmate wrote at 8 o'clock one evening. An hour later, Epstein and I are talking about arbitrage. Epstein is talking about celebs he knows. The notes do not name any celebrities. In another entry, an inmate noted that he and Mr. Epstein had talked about driving taxis in New York. We both drove, the inmate pointed out. So he's curious about his surroundings, okay? He says he doesn't have the intent or will to kill himself. He's also under surveillance round the clock for suicide watch, which he should have been on regardless, okay? They talk about prison life and etiquette, boring stuff, who cares? Being alive is fun. On the morning of Tuesday, July 9th, Mr. Epstein underwent the request formal in-person suicide risk eval. The psychologist, whose name was redacted from the documents, found Mr. Epstein to be polite, cooperative, organized, coherent, and even showing a sense of humor.
Did not self-defense.
Epstein adamantly denied any suicidal ideation, intention, or plan, she wrote in her notes. He requested a phone call, a meeting with his lawyer, a shower, and to brush his teeth. Mr. Epstein described himself to her as a banker with a big business and said that being alive is fun. He denied having sexually abused anyone and said he would have renewed bail hearing this next week, where he believed he would be released. He was future-oriented, the psychologist wrote. She concluded that suicide watch was not warranted, but that out of an abundance of caution, Mr. Epstein should remain on psychological observation. In the weeks before his death, he made statements that he was a coward and was having difficulty adapting to his diminished circumstances. The next day, Mr. Epstein asked to be single-celled, but was told he could not be housed alone for safety and security concerns. And the day after that, a psychologist wrote, he was smirking and said, "Why would you ever think I'd be suicidal? I'm not suicidal, and I would never be." Mr. Epstein is quoted in the document as saying he found support in his legal team, which included Ryan Weingarten, his lead defense lawyer, and Darren Indyke, a longtime personal lawyer and an executor of his vast estate. Two other lawyers, Gulnor Talley and Marielle Colon Miro, visited him nearly every business day in the attorney conference room and served as witnesses on a will Mr. Epstein had drawn up 2 days before his death, according to visitors' logs included in the comments. The logs are also revealing for what they lack: any signs of visits by the famous and wealthy friends he socialized with after his 2008 sex offense convictions in Florida. Instead, they show far more mundane cast of visitors. Why the fuck would there be famous people visiting him in prison? Why would there be famous people visiting him in prison? They didn't visit him in 2008 either. But they still hung out with him after he got out of prison. What the fuck are you? What a stupid fucking thing to write in this story. Oh, definitely. In July 18th, it became apparent that Mr. Epstein was unlikely to return to his former life and friends anytime soon, if ever, because he was denied a renewed bail request. 5 days later, in the early morning hours of July 23rd, Mr. Epstein made his suicide attempt. The denial of bail was cited as a significant disappointment for Mr. Epstein and likely challenged his ability and willingness to adapt to incarceration. Given the potential impact of the judge's decision, a psychologist should have assessed Mr. Epstein's mental status upon his return to the institution. He was removed from suicide watch about 31 hours later, according to the documents, and again placed on psychological observation. They took him off suicide watch after he made an attempt on his life, which we have no additional evidence on, by the way. In conversations with people from psychological services over the next week, Mr. Epstein repeatedly denied having suicidal thoughts. He smiled and cracked jokes. He told them he was Jewish and suicide was against his religion. He also reiterated complaints about the running toilet in his cell, which left him feeling agitated for hours. He sat in the corner and held his ears. Mr. Epstein speculated that he might have autism, noting that Dustin Hoffman's autistic character in Rayman had an aversion to noise. That suicide attempt that they're referencing, according to Epstein's lawyers, was not a suicide attempt, but instead an ass whooping that he got from his cellmate, Tartiglione, the juiced up ex-cop who murdered a bunch of fucking people.
Joined. Have you covered the Oxford High School shooting?
But of course, this article does not cover that at all.
I was attending class when it happened. I will never look at guns the same again. And my
So I don't know why this article is not covering that part at all. That seems very weird. There's a video by a cop on Tartiglione. My girlfriend said you are way too toxic and ban everyone who disagrees with you. She thinks you're not spreading love and instead encouraging hatred. So I have to stop watching you. I love the content, my man. Keep it up. Get the fuck out of here, you cuck piece of shit. There you go. I made it easier for you, dumb bitch. This ain't a fucking airport, bitch ass. You don't have to announce your departure, dude. And imagine fucking announcing your departure in like the most pathetic way possible. My girlfriend doesn't want me to watch you anymore. Okay, dude. Sorry, I rejected her in my fucking DMs. So now she's pissed, okay?
Such girlfriend was right.
Anyway. You're usually a skeptic, so seeing you be so adamant about this is confusing. Yes, I'm a skeptic on official narratives.
Dr. Mengele?
The official narrative is that a fucking prolific pedophile that was connected and was able to operate a international sex trafficking ring conveniently fucking kills himself in a situation where all of the fucking protection and all the control mechanisms just fell apart suspiciously is very fucking surprising to me, okay? That's why I'm skeptical. You are the one who's not skeptical. I am skeptical, okay? CNN has suspended Chris Cuomo indefinitely, says Bonnie O'Sullivan. Okay, we'll get to that in a little bit. It's not surprising, though. The new information that came out was, like, really fucked up, no? Didn't he, like...
Yo sussy.
Anyway, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Mr. Epstein repeatedly denied having suicidal thoughts. He smiled and cracked jokes. What is this one paragraph summary? CNN Tuesday said it suspended Chris Cuomo indefinitely after new documents released this week indicated that the anchor was more intimately involved than previously known in helping his brother, former New York Governor attorney Andrew Cuomo, craft a defense amid a flurry of sexual misconduct allegations. Yeah. Dude, why is there no mention of Tartiglione here at all in this article? Like, even to just say, fucking say that he was not. Prosecutors, missing video of Jeffrey Epstein's suicide found. Why Tartiglione's lawyer wants it. Video from sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's first suicide attempt in a federal detention center has been found, prosecutors told a federal judge on Thursday. The about face came a day after the judge was told the video was missing, a possible blow to the defense of former Briarcliff Manor police officer Nicholas Tartiglione. So this is a separate case. Tartiglione is a juiced up ex-cop who murdered a bunch of people in a drug deal gone wrong. Okay? And he did it in like the dumbest way possible. And he got caught, and he was Jeffrey Epstein's cellmate. And basically, Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer and Jeffrey Epstein's team said this guy beat his ass, and it wasn't actually a suicide attempt. Okay? Tartiglione's lawyer, Bruce Barkett, told the U.S. District Judge Kenneth Karras on Wednesday that despite his urging jail officials at the troubled lockup, the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Lower Manhattan, to preserve all evidence from the July 23rd incident, he was told no videos exist. And then Epstein died weeks later in the second apparent suicide attempt. By the way, for the record, they could not find this fucking video. It was gone, and they found it somehow. But this video was gone. The video of Jeffrey Epstein's supposed first attempt at suicide. Okay? Which Jeffrey Epstein's team claims was not a suicide attempt at all, and Tartiglione beating his ass.
How many times do I have to tell you all to be goddamn quiet? My dog is trying to sleep.
Video
Investigate
footage
Building 7.
in apparent Jeffrey Epstein suicide attempt is lost, says federal prosecutors. Video footage of the area around Jeffrey Epstein's cell on a day where he survived an apparent suicide attempt no longer exists, federal prosecutors told the judge Thursday. Officials at the MCC in New York believe they preserved the footage of guards finding Jeffrey Epstein after he appeared to have attempted suicide, but actually saved a video from a different part of the jail. The FBI also has determined that the footage does not exist on the jail's backup video system as a result of technical errors. That's what Assistant Attorney Maureen Comey, Jim Comey's daughter, and Jason Swergold wrote in a court filing. This is the first attempt, which Jeffrey Epstein's team said was not an attempt, but was actually Tartiglione beating his ass and trying to murder him. A murderer ex-cop. The revelation came despite assurances prosecutors made that jail officials were preserving the footage at the request of the defense attorney for Nicholas Tartiglione, a former police officer who shared a jail cell with Epstein in July when the wealthy financier was discovered with bruises on his neck and was placed on suicide watch. Tartiglione's defense attorney, Bruce Barkett, told the Associated Press he intended to ask U.S. District Judge Kenneth Karras to hold a hearing with live testimony to determine what happened to the video. The various and inconsistent accounts of what happened in that video are deeply troubling, Barkett said in an email. Tartiglione is charged in what prosecutors have described as the gangland-style killings of 4 men who disappeared during a cocaine-related dispute. Barkett said the jailhouse video would have supported his position that Tartaglione acted appropriately on the day in question, alluding to questions about whether Jeffrey Epstein had been attacked. One of Epstein's attorneys, Mark Fenrich, said the missing video only adds to the unanswered questions and deepens the air of mystery surrounding Epstein's death, feeding the perception the public will never really know what happened and that the powers that be aren't really interested in finding out. Nothing about Jeffrey Epstein's prosecution and death in federal custody surprises or could surprise me at this point, he added. So they captured a different time and place. Okay. The government further understands from the Federal Bureau of Investigation that it is reviewed that backup systems is a part of an unrelated investigation and determined that the requested video no longer exists on the backup system and has not since at least August 2019 as a result of technical errors. They just cannot find it. The footage in question involves a July 23rd episode in which correctional officers said they found Epstein on the floor of his cell with a strip of bedsheet around his neck. Michael Thomas, one of the officers charged with falsifying records the night Epstein died, was one of the officers who responded to that scene. Epstein was moved out of that cell and placed on suicide watch, and then he was let out of suicide watch 31 hours later. It's so interesting, man. It's really interesting. The New York Times had to have at least covered this, right? I assume they, like, at the very least covered it a little bit. Anyway, apparently the missing video has been found. I'm sure it's just, you know, they said that there was no way to recover it, but they, I'm sure that there was no way to recover this footage, but now there is a way, apparently. They found it. So, Epstein was found semi-conscious in his cell on July 23rd. Following the apparent suicide attempt, he was taken to another area of MCC and placed on suicide watch. More than a week later, he was returned to the cell block and shared a cell with another inmate. Whether they would have put him back with Tartaglione is unknown, but by then, the ex-cop had another cellmate, Barkett said. Epstein was put in a cell with an unidentified prisoner who was taken out on August 8th. Epstein remained alone and on August 10th was found dead in his cell. Although Tartaglione and other inmates had long complained about it, the prison situation. Anyway, 8 months later, the day after Tartaglione's arrest, the men's bodies were discovered by the property by the ex-cop. Tartaglione's trial is still more than a year away. He's accused of participating in the killing of 4 men. We talked about that already. We are pleased and looking forward to see it. So there's apparently footage of Jeffrey Epstein's original suicide attempt. There's definitely no footage of the second suicide attempt. I'll say it's a suicide attempt in parentheses, in air quotes, because I don't believe it was a real suicide attempt. This article was published on December 19th, 2019. Wait, that doesn't make sense. This article says that there is no actual... Wait, they're saying that it's lost again? So the video is lost? No, wait, hold on. What? This doesn't make any sense. Wait, that age is, that's wrong. The date on this is wrong, I think. No, the date on this has to be wrong, dude. What the fuck? Because this is earlier. This is an earlier article that says it was found. It was lost originally, but it was found. Wait, so I don't understand. Missing video. Is the video fucking here? Is the video found or lost still? Okay, this is confusing. On the December 2019 one says the missing video Jeffrey Epstein's suicide found. But then a newer article from the Hollywood Reporter in 2020 of January says that no, the video footage in apparent Jeffrey Epstein's suicide attempt is lost.
15 months. Thanks for all the quality content. Also, Fredo is out at CNN.
Manhattan jail staffers blamed OD for inmate's death and cover-up. Try 20 million suit. Wait, what? This doesn't mean anything. This is like unrelated to that. I don't know why you sent that.
1 year and 1 house later, I still support the himbo.
So it's just gone. And the same prosecutor, Jim Comey's daughter, who's prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell, is partially responsible for the attempt, the first suicide attempt video being lost, and it no longer exists. That's insane, dude. Will the New York Times mention this? Because I feel like honest journalism in this situation would probably show that, right? I mean, a prison has like round-the-clock surveillance nonstop. It would be really surprising to me if the paper of record does not mention that the original suicide attempt video footage suspiciously does not exist, and the backups don't exist either. That's weird. We read through that part, and not a single one of them, there's not a single fucking mention of that, right? That's so weird. There was no mention of any of that. Interesting. He was removed from suicide watch after 31 hours, though, according to the documents. He talked about the complaints. Anyway, some within the justice system voiced concerns about his mental state. Federal marshals who escorted him on July 31st court hearing returned with a prisoner custody alert notice, which said Mr. Epstein might have suicidal tendencies. He was prompted another suicide risk assessment by a psychologist. He denied having suicidal thoughts again. The psychologist was persuaded, according to the documents, writing the suicide watch was not warranted. He stated he believes for and plans to finish this case and go back to his normal life. Among the documents obtained by the Times was an undated sign, an orange paper that read, mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein, as per God. The word mandatory was misspelled and underlined in pen, and a question mark was written after it. The records offered no explanation of the sign, and the Bureau officials declined to answer questions about it. What? What I find to be really strange also is that what happened to the fucking footage that they recovered from Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan apartment? In black bags, they took countless amounts of CDs that had suspicious titles of famous people's names on them. Jeffrey Epstein also had cameras all around his, I believe, New Mexico ranch. He had cameras all around his fucking West Palm Beach estate. And he had cameras all around his Manhattan mansion as well. That's really weird. We have not talked about those tapes at all. I wonder where the fuck those tapes are. So, if his original suicide attempt was legitimate, why did they let him off suicide watch after 31 hours? If his original suicide attempt was illegitimate, Why didn't they fucking still keep him under nonstop surveillance? A lot of this stuff does not make sense. Okay? When he arrived back in the SHU on July 30th, Mr. Epstein was given a cellmate, Efrain Reyes, a prisoner who was assisting the government in a drug distribution. Come on. I didn't even know this part. What? When he arrived back in the SHU on July 30th, Mr. Epstein was given a cellmate, Efrain Reyes, a prisoner who was assisting the government in a drug distribution conspiracy case. Mr. Epstein complained that the man's talking kept him awake at night. That all changed on August 9th when Mr. Reyes was transferred out of the jail and the staff was alerted that Mr. Epstein would need a new cellmate. That same day, the day before Mr. Epstein died, as he huddled with his lawyers in a conference room, a federal appeals court unsealed about 2,000 pages of previously confidential documents in a defamation lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell, his longtime associate and former girlfriend. Miss Maxwell, who was charged last year with sex trafficking and other offenses, faces a trial this month in Manhattan. Efrain Reyes died? The last inmate to share a cell with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein reportedly died after contracting coronavirus last month. This happened in December 28th, 2020. If Tartaglione dies, it's over. Okay? If Tartaglione also is fucking dead, even though I don't think he... Or if he gets like a super light sentence, like if he mysteriously, after murdering fucking 4 people and burying their bodies in his backyard, conveniently gets off super fucking easy. This is the most ridiculous, dude. The ridiculous thing, okay? Holy fucking shit. Okay. Yeah, he died of COVID with 3 bullets in the back of his head. Reyes' niece, 27-year-old Angelique Lopez, said that Epstein was paired with her uncle because he had a disabled leg and was mild-mannered. He liked to read a lot and keep to himself. Lopez said Reyes also shared stories of how Epstein's wealthy status made him a target among other inmates. They knew how much money he had. They said, let's push him around and extort him for money. Epstein, who registered as a sex offender, FBI questioned Reyes shortly after Epstein's death and asked him when Epstein was in his cell if he seemed suicidal. Lopez said they also asked him if Epstein had been giving any indication that he would take his own life. Reyes caught COVID-19 at the Queen's private jail, a facility that had been overrun with causes early on in the pandemic. The city's medical examiner has not yet determined the cause of death, but Lopez says there's no doubt the virus played a role in his health. Anyway, let's get back to the New York Times story. Officials later surmising the psychological reconstruction of the document release worsened his mental state, further eroding his previously enjoyed elevated status and potentially implicating some of his associates. That evening, according to the reconstruction, a unit manager at the detention center helped Mr. Epstein make a social phone call. The manager dialed for Mr. Epstein and let him speak for 15 minutes. The call was not properly logged and does not appear to have been recorded. That's interesting. What's up, Marat? That's really interesting. It is not clear from the documents whether the call was on a monitored line. I asked inmate Epstein who he was calling, the unit manager wrote. He stated his mother. Mr. Epstein's mother died in 2004. The call was to his 30-year-old girlfriend, Karina Shuliak, whom he helped put through dental school, said 3 people with knowledge on the phone of the phone conversation. Mr. Epstein they said, gave no indication during the call that he planned to kill himself. The call that night, however, was not included in the phone logs provided to the Times by the Bureau of Prisons. The logs show only one social call during his stay more than a week earlier on July 30th to Miss Shuliak. She's one of the largest beneficiaries of several trusts that Mr. Epstein set up over the years, according to 3 people briefed on the matter. Mrs. Shuliak declined the comment through her lawyer, Maurice Surkars. After finishing the call, Mr. Epstein returned to his cell where he was alone because no new cellmate had yet been assigned. He was also left unmonitored. Part's really weird. Also, by the 2 officers on duty whom prosecutors later accused of spending their time surfing the internet and appearing to be asleep. This May, the 2 officers entered into a deferred prosecution agreement on charges that they had falsified jail records about checking on Mr. Epstein. Strange. Oh, by the way, yeah, the guys who falsified the records got no jail time. The cops who lied about fucking checking in on him, falsifying records, and falling asleep during the time frame where Jeffrey Epstein was suicided, got no punishment. Yeah. They got a deferred prosecution agreement. At 6:30 the next morning, he was found with a bedsheet tied around his neck like a noose. About 2 months after Mr. Epstein's death, an inmate who appears to have worked in the kitchen emailed the psychology department about a conversation he had with a man whose cell had been next to Mr. Epstein's. He responded in the negative, effectively refuting my theory that Epstein couldn't take the animals into the shoe and chose to end it as a result. Couldn't take the animals in the shoe and choose to end it as a result. I no longer believe that rooming with Jeffrey Epstein would have saved him. Oh, yeah, sure. He said the other inmate had told him Jeffrey Epstein definitely killed himself. Any conspiracy theories to the contrary are ridiculous. The man had heard Mr. Epstein tearing up his bedsheet before committing suicide, the kitchen worker wrote. He wanted to kill himself and seized the opportunity when it was available, he added. Such is life or death in this case. Article over. That's it. That's how they end the article. No mention of Tartaglione. No mention of the fact that like his prior attempt was fucking. No mention that the prior attempt footage is also mysteriously pee-pee-poofed. No mention of the footage of this attempt is also gone. Just that there was a deferred prosecution agreement for the fucking 2 correctional officers that were supposed to be monitoring him who were not monitoring him. And the only strong evidence is one of the prisoners said he definitely wanted to kill himself. You seem like a crazy QAnoner straight up. If you look at this entire story from top to bottom, and don't think that it's very strange that the New York Times dropped this right before the fucking Ghislaine Maxwell case and straight up neglected to mention his prior fucking roommate, which the Jeffrey Epstein team said was the reason why he was assaulted. Okay. Even just to say it's not true. Like, even the New York Times could have just literally been like, Tartaglione's team claims that, Jeffrey Epstein was not assaulted, but actually tried to attempt his life. And Jeffrey Epstein's team claims that Tartaglione made an attempt at his life. Okay. And then that the footage was nowhere to be found. Why would they not mention that? Why? Like, that's fucking nuts.
Epstein did not self-defense himself, bruv.
Of course, prisoners never give false testimony in prison, famously, for the record, also. So the only evidence in this entire article that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself was that another inmate told another inmate that Jeffrey Epstein wanted to kill himself. Like a friend of a friend. Like one inmate told another inmate that Jeffrey Epstein wanted to kill himself. That is the only affirmative evidence. The only conclusive and affirmative evidence that shows that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself is that. The rest of the article that is supposed to fucking create the narrative that Jeffrey Epstein, without a shred of a doubt, killed himself is literally just a sequence of insane coincidences that line up so perfectly that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself and wanted other people to also speculate that he hadn't. That's beautiful, dude. Okay, can you explain why the Times would omit that info? I don't get it. Because that's the fucking narrative. The narrative is that Jeffrey Epstein just killed himself. Come on, shut the fuck up. Don't think about it. Don't talk about it. It's not weird that the fucking labor secretary at the time, Alex Acosta, was the fucking prosecutor who straight up said, I was told by DC to drop this case, that to not prosecute it further. Like, how is that not talked about at all? How is there not a single fucking congressional investigation into this matter? Literally, a guy who fucking hung out with Bill Clinton and flew all around the world with Bill Clinton was a prolific pedophile sex trafficker. That is psychotic to me. That no one, and I mean no one, is like, that's fucked up. That's kind of weird. But you have to be fucking delusional not to recognize that this situation is insane, and the fact that more people aren't asking questions about the situation is also insane. What the fuck? It's almost as insane as thinking that at the top of the hour an ad break is not going to come, or that you will get away with an ad-free broadcasting experience without subscribing. That's not going to happen. You have to subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime in order to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Okay? That's just how it is. I want to know what all the fucking dipshits I just banned think after we just went through the conclusive evidence from the New York Times that Jeffrey Epstein had killed himself. Okay? Like, no shot did they legitimately believe this, I don't think. It's a fucking insane situation to look at this and be like, yeah, he definitely, yeah, he totally, dude. Totally killed himself. That's crazy. You sound like fucking QAnon supporters. Like, that's wild. You sound like Alex Jones on this. You know? I'm not going to forget to run it. I'm going to run it right now.
Suspended by freedophobic CNN Sag.
Who do you think killed Epstein? I have no idea. Trev, Tennessee. It could be a number of different people. Sunny Side Down, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Trev, Tennessee, thank you for the 5, get the subs. So after we read through this New York Times article, let's run a poll again. Can we run a poll, guys, to see, did Jeffrey Epstein kill himself? Yes or no? Just no, like, and don't write it in a weird... Here, I'll just do it myself, actually. Fuck it. All right, because, like, everybody writes it in, like, a very cute way. All right, I'm going to run it for 2 minutes. Okay, I can't say kill himself. I'm going to say unalive himself. Okay? Did Jeffrey Epstein unalive himself? Let's see the votes, boys. Let's see. The poll has started, okay?
Pogu 10/10 didn't see it coming.
No, I will suspect that, like, there's going to be people that fucking write not what their actual opinion is, but just the fucking troll. So I do hope that people are saying, I do hope that people are being honest, at least.
Hell yeah.
Didn't we do this yesterday? Chatters won't learn. No, we did this yesterday, but there was still like 13% of chatters that said, yes, Jeffrey Epstein did kill himself.